We'll be starting in 1 minute. Good evening, everybody. My name is Vincent Salimi. I'm the mayor of the city of Pinole, and I would like to welcome you to the special city council meeting of September 13, 2022. And the first item on the agenda will be the pledge. Can you please join me in honor of the U.S. military troop, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The next item on the agenda will be the land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Pinole people who are the traditional custodian of this land. We pay our respect to the Pinole elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Pinole land, the land that Pinole sits upon their home. We are proud to continue the tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Item number 3, Madam City Clerk, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor.
Can you please do the city clerk report, roll call, and statement of conflict, please?
Yes, thank you. Mayor Salimi, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Here.
Councilmember Tave,
Here.
Councilmember Toms, here, Councilmember Martinez Rubin, here, City Manager Murray,
Here.
City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Friday, September 9th at 1:45 p.m. with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. Does the council have any conflicts to report this evening? Being none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 4, which is citizen to be heard. So this citizen to be heard is for item not related to the workshop that we will have tonight. Everybody will be limited to 3 minutes right now for that citizen to be heard. Just as a point of clarification, the workshop, I just want to let you know that later on we'll have a workshop and the chief will make a presentation about 15 to 20 minutes. And after that presentation, I will invite everybody to please fill up their name and they will come to the podium and ask questions. You will be asked to ask one question at a time and people will be answering back to you. You will not be limited in terms of time and you will not be limited in terms of number of questions you'll be asked during the workshop. But for now, citizen to be heard, 3 minutes to whoever wants to talk right now. Please go ahead, Madam Secretary. Do you have any citizen who wants to make a comment, please?
Yes, thank you. In person, we have Cameron Sasai.
Good evening, sir.
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Cam Tasai. I'm a candidate for Pinole City Council and a proud lifelong resident here in our city. And this evening, I rise in strong support of the reopening of Fire Station 74. I'll keep it brief. This has been a long time coming for our community. Every time that I interact with our residents down in Pinole Valley, this is consistently the most frequent and important issue that they bring up to me. A lot of conversations with the community and kept track of this issue and have read this contract thoroughly. And as it stands right now, this is a solid contract that will ensure that everyone in Pinole, yes, sir.
If you're talking about the reopening Station 74, it's an item that we'll be talking tonight. And I will please ask you to come back and talk at a later time, but not, it has to be on an item, not specified on the agenda, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one online comment, Cordell Hindler.
Hey, can you hear me, Heather?
I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Good. So good evening, Mayor Salimi, council members. I am Cordell Handler, Richard resident. So 3 things. So number 1, I do appreciate the hard work that the city clerk has done. She's always making sure that the agenda as well as the packets go out in a timely manner. So I do appreciate that. Number 2 is, if you recall, a few meetings back, when y'all were going over the budget for here, and one of the things that came out to me was the idea of having a diverse equity and inclusion. So I looked into some of these consultants that do specialize in that that field. So as for a future agenda, it would be wonderful if these firms were to do like an RFP process. That's number 2. And then the third thing is one of the things that I came across was the idea of having the school district to provide an update regarding where we are, trying to bring back some officers in our schools, because I get a lot of feedback from some of the other cities in West County, and being an uncle to school age children, I feel that safety is very important, because I don't want, if something happens to one of them, it's like I would be devastated. And then finally, the last meeting that I've attended, let's see, when you had the consultant to come speak to you all about, trying to attract businesses. Let me put in another perspective. Nobody would not come to Pinole because the concerns that was raised last month regarding the people speeding along by Fernandez Park. It is horrible, especially in the daytime. That is awful. I'm thinking that if I had a business in that area, that's not, that would not be a good fit, because there has not been a traffic study that has been conducted on this. So I'm hoping that the amount of money to do this study will be very helpful. So I'll save my comments for when the fire chief gives his presentation.
That concludes the comments at this time.
Thank you, ma'am. So no more citizen to be heard. I will move on to the next item on the agenda tonight, which is item number 5, workshop item. And tonight we will have a potential contract for fire protection services with Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, CCC FPD, including the reopening of fire station of Pinole Fire Station 74. And the action tonight will be to receive a report and provide direction to our chief. Good evening, chief. How are you?
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor, City Council, city staff, and members of the public. Before we get started, I just wanted to acknowledge some guests that were kind enough to join us tonight. We have remotely joining us County Supervisor John Joya. We have in person here tonight Contra Costa County Fire Protection District Fire Chief Louis Brochard. And we also have Adam Stone from the Stone Municipal Group, who prepared the fiscal analysis and has also joined us remotely. And I want to thank everyone who helped us to get to this point. We may not be quite across the goal line yet, but I personally feel like we're at the 5-yard line. And I want to start by thanking the county's negotiating team. They've been a pleasure to work with and very flexible as we work collaboratively to arrive at an arrangement that's mutually beneficial to all stakeholders. I want to thank the city's department heads and their staffs, all of whom have had some sort of hand in either the negotiation process, input related to the process, or in preparing for this meeting. And I want to thank all those who worked so hard to make Measure X a reality. It's specifically a reality for the fire service in Contra Costa County, without which we would not be having this conversation in the first place. And so I want to thank the County Board of Supervisors, the labor group, IAFF Local 1230, the Contra Costa County Executive Fire Chiefs, the Measure X Advisory Board, and the voting public. And so what brings us here tonight? City staff recommends that the City Council receive information on a draft potential contract for fire protection services with Con Fire, including the reopening of Pinole Fire Station 74, to receive public input, and to provide direction to city staff on changes to contract provisions, if any. And so a little background on how we arrived at this point. Historically, the city's operated one fire station, Station 73. The city operated a second fire station from 2003 to 2011. That was Fire Station 74. The second station was closed due to a lack of funding. And since then, the city has explored reopening the station or otherwise expanding fire protection services. The city has commissioned multiple studies and funding options, including surveying the public. The most recent study was in November of 2019 by a firm called Emergency Services Consulting International, or ESCI. And based on that study and other research, city staff recommended in March of 2021 that the city engage in deeper dialogue with Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, also known as CONFIRE, regarding opportunities to more closely collaborate in order to expand and improve fire protection services in Pinole, including possibly reopening Station 74. And the city council approved that recommendation. So somewhat independently of this dialogue, the county passed a local sales tax measure called Measure X on the November 2020 ballot to expand fire protection, health, and other services. Subsequent to that, the Contra Costa County Executive Fire Chiefs presented a request to the Measure X Advisory Board for funding to reopen 5 closed fire stations countywide, and included in those fire stations was Pinole Fire Station 74. In November of 2021, the Board of Supervisors approved that funding to support the county chief's request, including $2 million per year toward reopening Station 74 through an integrative agreement with CONFIRE. So who is CONFIRE, for those of you who don't know? CONFIRE is the largest fire district in the county. They're the largest player in the fire service in the county. They're an all hazards fire district, providing traditional fire protection, wildland firefighting, emergency medical services, advanced life support or ALS, ambulance transport, and various special operations like water rescue, hazardous materials response, marine firefighting, technical rescue, et cetera. And a comprehensive life safety and prevention program that includes inspections, a dedicated fire investigation unit, code enforcement, plan reviews, and public education. They maintain about 500 positions, funded positions. The fire chief and deputy fire chiefs supervise 7 divisions, 6 of them managed by assistant fire chiefs and 1 by a chief of administrative services. They deploy 31 staffed apparatuses from 31 staffed fire stations located throughout the service area. They're a first-class organization. CONFIRE provides fire service to 14 cities in unincorporated areas throughout the county, to include Concord, Walnut Creek, Pleasant Hill, Lafayette, Antioch, Pittsburgh, Martinez, San Pablo, El Sobrante, Clayton, Brentwood, Oakley, Bay Point, and Pacheco. And so how can CONFIRE help Pinole? As the old poem goes, let me count the ways. I'll stop at 10. Under this proposed arrangement, the city stands to benefit by way of the reopening of Station 74, which means faster response times, as illustrated in the predictive modeling report. Let's see if I can get Dave to help me. Stop sharing. I'm going to share something else. My screen sharing, Dave? It's not. Well, I will just move on. So Contra Costa Fire, so CONFIRE has allowed us to use their predictive modeling asset to graph out what Station 74's response district would look like, and what so it would be basically south of I-80, and how our response times would improve as a result of that. And I just want to point to that because it's kind of a microcosm of the things that we would gain. So those types of assets using predictive modeling and things like that, those are things that Pinole can't do on its own. Those are things that Confire has been gracious enough to let us use for this purposes. But we can map out those kinds of things. I had said to a council member earlier that compared to Confire, we still kind of count on our fingers and toes here in Pinole. They have all the latest and greatest assets that can be used for these types of purposes. But anyway, the medical calls in what would be Station 74's district would be 1 minute and 13 seconds faster, and improvements in target response time. And that target response time is laid out by Confire as 5 minutes for a structure fire and 5 minutes and 20 seconds for a medical call response. So that in 74's district, target response time would improve from 37% to 59% on medical calls. And in structure fires, a minute 52 faster in first in district response, and an improvement in target response time from 12%, which is currently is, to 47%. So those are a significant, and dare I say, drastic improvements. Another way that Confire can help Pinole is more operational resources available in Pinole. So obviously we have two rather than one company in Pinole, and that is a doubling in available apparatus. Confire's specialized resources would become more immediately available. So we have currently automatic aid agreements with Confire. And so that is terrific, but those are always predicated on availability. So if Confire's resources are dedicated to Confire, as we call for them, it's going to be subject to their availability. What we're doing in this contract for service, or this proposed contract for service, is we would be marrying into Confire. So we would be part of Confire. So that first priority would extend to us. Which is what I mean by we would have higher deployment priority of resources. Better trained firefighters. So our firefighters are wonderful and they train hard, but we don't have the training resources that Confire has. There was a wonderful, it's kind of anecdotally, the city manager shared with me, he was walking with another department head, and it was great to see our fellows out there in the driveway out in front of the fire station, and training on, I think that was a Stokes basket drill to how to lash somebody in and harness them into a Stokes basket for rescue and whatnot. And our folks work really hard and they train really hard. Confire doesn't train in the driveway. They train at a 22 acre, I think it's 22 acres, Lewis, correct me if I'm wrong, large training facility, fully staffed, with a training tower, mock buildings. So on that drill, not only would they be working on lashing, they'd be able to hang somebody out the window and bring them all the way down. So their training cadre is second to none. They have a training division led by a division chief who has their own training staff, and what we would be gaining in that capacity, which is profound, and that obviously passes on to the citizens whom we serve. Their fire training academy is a state accredited local agency, or an ALA, again with modern training facilities and operational policies and procedures that are state of the art and up to date. Increased efficiencies. So smaller agencies have people serving in multiple capacities. Larger organizations, staff can specialize and perform functions more efficiently and effectively. Some examples of these increased efficiencies are Confire would be able to provide information technology, and I underline that. I'll get back to that in a second. Equipment repair and maintenance and apparatus maintenance more cost effectively. Information technology, once again, is illustrated by the predictive modeling assets that they have. The report management system integrates with other, one of the issues that we have is our RMS, our report management system, doesn't right now integrate with Confires. It's kind of a standalone RMS system. And we've had some technical difficulties with it. We recently had it go down for a month. That kind of thing happens if we're under Confire superintendents. They have fully dedicated IT staff that can work on that in a dedicated manner until it's fixed. And that, we get calls from insurance companies for reports for claims and whatnot. Well, on a structure fire, the report we give them is only what our fire engine did. We can't provide what all of the, so if sometimes that it doesn't include like fire cause and origin, because maybe we were the second unit on scene. So if we were the second unit on scene, it wouldn't have been our that captain's responsibility to do that. Anyway, so Confire's report management system integrates and that has ramifications in like legal and liability issues. If we're ever called into court, the reliability of that report management system is integral, is imperative. Confire can procure apparatus at a considerably lower cost than the city can due to volume discounts, and vehicle maintenance would be performed by Confire's own apparatus shop with their ASC certified fire mechanics. Administration and oversight. Pinole does struggle to keep up with modern fire departments regarding technology, compliance with industry standards, and general administrative capabilities. While the recent addition of the administrative captain assignment, which council authorized, and I'm so grateful for, that has helped tremendously. With that said, though, again, Confire has 7 divisions, 6 managed by assistant fire chiefs, and 1 by a chief of administrative services, each of whom has their own administrative staff. Rather than struggling to keep up, Confire sets the standard. Fire cause and investigation. This is a big one here. So Confire has full-time staff who are certified peace officers with arresting powers and the capacity to perform all functions of a fire cause investigation. They do that on all second alarm or greater fires, those that involve an injury or fatality, or those that are intentionally set. They would all be investigated by the fire investigation unit, who would coordinate with the city police department on all investigations. So that's another thing that, in a report, I spent years and years as a fire captain, and most of my reports were cause undetermined because I don't have the proper schooling and education and training to do proper fire investigations. So by default, your cause and fire cause is in origin on for a typical captain is usually undetermined. Having that tool and that ability is going to enhance the fire service that Confire is providing for Pinole. Standardization. Operations would be standardized under the single organization's leadership. Incident response would meet a single standard for deployment. Consistent response levels of all equipment and personnel to all incidents to match Confire's response matrix. Policies and procedures and training would be all standardized. Real quick with the says response levels will match Confire's response matrix. When we were doing that ESCI report, I worked a lot with the consultant, and it's funny, things are, when you get asked what seems to be like a basic question, which is on a first alarm response, what do you get in Pinole? Well, for Pinole, it's a little different depending on where it is and who the other automatic aid partners that are responding. In other words, if you're getting a battalion chief from El Cerrito versus a battalion chief from Richmond versus, are you getting a truck from, Richmond? Are you getting the truck from El Cerrito? So so that first alarm may look different depending on the incident in Pinole. When we're part of Confire, that'll all be standardized. Confire's Fire Prevention Bureau. once again, we have a fire inspection contractor who is now working with our fire prevention captain, and things have improved dramatically here over the last few years in Pinole. But Confire has a bureau, and there's 22 fire inspectors and fire prevention captains who would conduct the annual occupancy inspections of all state mandated facilities within the city, provide new construction plan review related to inspections for all new construction projects within the city. Public education and outreach efforts would be increased through dedicated Confire staff to perform this important service. Increased medical aid for underserved citizens. So with the opening of the second station, greater fire protection services in Pinole would also help accommodate for the scarcity of West County Hospital emergency room services since the closure of Doctors Hospital or Doctors Medical Center in Pinole, which has increased the reliance on firefighters as first-line medical assistants for many of our underserved citizens. And the last way that like I said, I'll stop at 10, is Pinole and beyond, as I put it. In addition to improving service to residents of Pinole, reopening Station 74 would benefit residents in the unincorporated areas of Terra Hills, Montalvan Manor, and Bayview. Confire has a modern report management system, as I referred to before, that would enable the city and Confire to determine how many calls for service stations 73 and 74 respond to outside of Pinole, and how many calls for service within Pinole are responded to by non-Pinole stations. So I want to get into the kind of the main provisions of the draft potential contract. So the initial term would be 5 years. That term may be extended for a 5-year period by mutual written agreement of the parties executed by the fire chief or for Confire and the city manager for the city. The agreement may be unilaterally terminated by either party at any time by giving 12 months written notice of termination to the other party. Services. Confire would be the provider of all fire, rescue, emergency medical response, fire prevention, and fire administration for the city of Pinole. Confire would continue to staff Fire Station 73 in downtown Pinole and would reopen and staff Fire Station 74 in Pinole Valley. All the employees of the Pinole Fire Department at the battalion chief, fire captain, fire engineer, and firefighter ranks would become employees of Confire. The Pinole Fire Chief position would be eliminated. So facilities. The city would retain ownership of Station 73 and Station 74, with Confire leasing them for a nominal amount. The city would be responsible for utilities, general maintenance, and repair costs of the facilities. The city would also be responsible for replacing the facilities when they reached the end of their useful lives. Confire would be responsible for routine maintenance and cleaning. The Confire has a facilities manager who would work with city staff regarding necessary repairs, ongoing maintenance, and other facility-related issues. There's no significant upgrades anticipated for either facility at this time. Apparatus. So those apparatus are our fire vehicles. Confire would provide one regular fire engine, which is called a Type 1 fire engine, and one wildland engine, either a Type 3 or a Type 6. One is larger than the other, at each of the fire stations. Confire would also provide an appropriate vehicle for the battalion chief and reserve engines as necessary. The city would transfer ownership of its current vehicles to Confire, and they would be responsible for all maintenance, repair, and scheduled replacement of the apparatus in a manner consistent with their standards. Fire prevention development review. Confire personnel would review plans for fire code compliance and conduct necessary inspections of development in accordance with the city's adopted codes and current practices. A Confire representative would attend meetings regarding proposed development and provide comments on proposals when requested. The city and Confire are still discussing the specific process for application submittal and routing to make sure the process is as streamlined as possible for applicants. Separation, and again, this is not something we anticipate happening, but of course, these are all, these provisions are written into every contract The proposed contract acknowledges that termination of the agreement would require extensive operational adjustments for both parties. In the event that the agreement is terminated, the parties agree to meet and develop a transition plan to prevent any disruptions in service for Pinole. The city and Confire are still discussing the specific process and requirement for developing that transition plan. But the idea is that Pinole would never be without fire service. In other words, if for some unforeseen reason this were to, be dissolved and whatnot, that Confire would continue to service Pinole until such a time that Pinole was up and running if they needed to, for whatever unforeseen reason, start up their own fire department again. But again, that's not something that we anticipate happening. So the cost, cost proposal. The Confire Fire Chief would annually submit a proposed cost proposal to the city manager for review. If the cost proposal is more than 5% greater than the previous year, excluding labor costs, then the city manager and fire chief would meet to discuss options for achieving a cost savings. Once the fire chief and city manager agree on a cost proposal, the city manager would include that cost as part of the proposals of the proposed annual budget. Confire would bill the city 1/12 or 1 month's worth of the annual cost proposal monthly. In the event that the actual cost of Confire providing service exceeds the cost proposal, the city manager and fire chief would consider possible modification to the cost proposal. Any increase in cost would require city council approval. However, if a necessary budget modification was not approved, it is possible that services would be reduced to ensure costs do not exceed the budget. The city would be billed based on the cost proposal, not the actual expenses. Now on this slide, I'm going to invite Supervisor Joya to kind of comment, because there was a I would not even call it a problem. It was more of a wrinkle that needed to be ironed out about how it gets expressed that these Measure X funds are ongoing. And so I'm going to invite Supervisor Joya to comment on that. If Supervisor Joya is, are you ready to join in?
I am ready. Thank you, Chief. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
First, let me thank the Pinole team, the city manager, the city manager's office, the fire chief, your staff, in your partnership and work with the county and Confire. And I appreciate the comments you made at the outset. This is really an opportunity, I think, to strengthen fire and emergency medical. I'm elected in Pinole just like the city council. I would not be here today to clarify the partnership and to support it if I felt that this would have negative impact on Pinole residents. So let me say, one is there's an opportunity to be part of a larger fire district, which in fact has become the trend around the state. Consolidation of fire districts done correctly and prudently can result in savings and better service. And I know you're going to hear comparisons on contract on the cost to the city shortly. I do want to say through Measure X, when we made allocations, both the $2 million to reopen the Pinole Valley Station and to reopen a number of other fire stations in the east and central parts of our county, we all did so with the understanding that these are long-term investments and allocations. So today, at our fire board meeting, our board unanimously directed our county administrator and fire chief to come back to our board of supervisors meeting next week to clarify and make a commitment that this investment that we intend to make, the $2 million a year in Pinole, and our Measure X investments in our East County and Central County fire stations will be long-term and at least 5 years. So that we heard what you said. We understand that you are making a major commitment if you move forward in this way. So we will be making our commitment on long-term funding for at least 5 years. And frankly, if you heard Supervisor Mitchoff today, it was, we understand these are really for the life of Measure X. So I just want to to, and we will come back after our board meeting when we take that action next week. Because there have been some who've said, you know, what's the county's commitment? I think you can put that issue to rest. You can put it to bed. We will be making a commitment, and we're going to clarify that at our Board of Supervisors meeting next week. In addition, we have the same interest as you do to control cost. We run a county and a fire district. We have the highest bond credit rating possible in local government, AAA. If you read these bond rating reports for us, they talk about our fiscal prudence. They talk about our fiscal discipline, and not to compare, but our bond credit rating is higher than yours in the city of Pinole. So I think you can be assured that we are committed to keeping cost under control and to keep cost reasonable for all of us. Because if your costs are going up, that means that you're part of our system. That means our costs are going up countywide, and we have every interest to control those costs. And the result of this contract is faster response times in fire and emergency medical, better training opportunities, access to more resources, fire prevention services. I don't need to tell you that every minute saved on response saves lives. And I've often publicly talked about my own personal story, where my father, living in the city of Richmond in 1987, suffered cardiac arrest. And because he was not revived in the magic time that's needed, he suffered irreversible brain damage that resulted in him being in a coma for 10 days and then having to make the difficult decision to pull life support because he was brain dead. Every medical research piece of information shows that if you are revived in time after cardiac arrest, you live. And having a decrease in medical response times of more than a minute will save lives, improve health of the residents in the Pinole area. And your own financial analysis says, because of the $2 million that we are investing from Measure X, because of our economies of scale, and because of this contract, that this is a contract that Pinole can afford and is sustainable. In the short term, it's actually less to enter into this agreement and have 2 fire stations than to operate 1 station under the city of Pinole. And the 7-year average that's computed under the best case scenario is almost about is essentially equal in cost. So you get better service, better health and fire outcomes for residents of Pinole in a way that's financially prudent for the city. And I'll close with this comment. We all know that the Pinole Valley Fire Station is on the front lines of a potential wildfire coming out of the Briones Valley. And to have that station reopened under this partnership benefits Pinole and the wider West County area. So we look forward to finalizing the provisions of this contract. I think it would be less than prudent to not pursue this opportunity with our $2 million and your better service and our ability to work together where we control cost as well and have that interest in mind as well. So thanks for really taking it this far. We look forward to having this finalized and we'll report back after our board meeting next Tuesday where we've finalized our longer term commitment to the city of Pinole.
Well, Supervisor Joya, thank you for that very, very encouraging news on that new development. So, which will segue into it, the fiscal analysis itself. State law requires that an independent fiscal analysis be submitted to the county's local agency formation commission, or LAFCO, as part of the application process when one public agency is proposing to provide fire protection services in another public agency's jurisdiction. The city has engaged the Stone Municipal Group, which has substantial experience in this matter, to prepare the independent fiscal analysis. The fiscal analysis forecasts the likely cost of maintaining the status quo service model, which is Pinole just having Station 73, the likely cost of the alternative, which would be Confire operating Station 73 and Station 74, and the difference in cost between the two options. So if we look at what we're calling the status quo is scenario 1. We threw in we requested that the Stone Municipal Group also put in a 1B, which is that the city operates both Station 73 and 74, just so you can have that for comparative purposes. And then scenario 2, which is the cooperative fire service agreement with Pinole and Confire. And as you can see that, in just a quick little explanation is that what we asked the fiscal analysts to do too is to kind of average out a lot of our capital expenses over the course of the contract so that we don't see spikes. In other words, if next year we're going to need a new Type 3 engine, so that our budget would spike by $450,000. In 7 years, we'll need another Type 1, so our budget would spike by, whatever at that point, probably $1.2 million. So to average that out and level that off so that we have an apples to apples comparison. So as you can see that in year 1 of the contract, it would actually be less expensive for the city to enter into this cooperative agreement by $255,000 than it would be to operate our own single station. So that's again, for 2 stations would be less expensive than 1 station operating on our own. And now you'll see that comes out to kind of the city's favor in the first 3 years. It kind of becomes a wash in year 4, and then it costs the city a little money in 5, 6, and 7. That's part of that is because also what's not, it assumes that the Measure X funding will be available throughout the contract as Supervisor Joya has just affirmed, but it also it assumes that there's no escalator on that. So if there were an escalator, and again, that's something that hasn't been determined yet, but if there were an escalator, that would certainly offset those years where you see that it's going to cost $122,000, $268,000, and $428,000. So if there were to escalate, I don't want to speculate on that escalator, but our conservative, we had to be conservative in our estimates and assume that it wasn't there. But if one is established, that will certainly offset those costs. So another way to look at that is there's the 1 year. There's the year 1 comparison and the 7-year average comparison. And that's what I believe Supervisor Joya just referred to, which shows that in year 1, it would be actually substantially less expensive for us to enter into this agreement. And that over a 7-year period, when you average out all of those costs in this this previous graph here, when you average out all those numbers, it ends up over the 7 years becoming just about a wash. But again, that's for 2 stations versus 1. One thing I do want to point out is that we certainly, the factors that were taken into account included, a lot of the expenses that the city would still have to retain, right, for like unfunded accrued liability for our retired employees. There are some aspects like the weed abatement, fire fuel mitigation budget that is in our fire budget that the city would have to would have to retain. So that is expressed here in the $753,000. And Dave, I want to show you something out of another. If I can be patient with me for just a second. Dave, do you have the ability to put up the fiscal analysis that I sent to you? I'm not sure why it's not sharing that. Maybe not. Okay, so then let me get back to where I was. Beautiful. Thank you, Dave. And if I could go down, scroll down, are you scrolling for me, Dave? Or am I scrolling? I got it. Yeah. Please scroll down until you see the first highlights. There's yellow highlights. Okay, so in there, it's be kind of tough to see. What we have there is showing, thank you, that you'll see down where it says remaining UAL payment, $439,100. Then it says other operating expenses. What those expenses are, they're listed elsewhere in this analysis. That is that the $120,000 for fire fuel mitigation, building maintenance, those expenses right there. That totals the $753,000. So you'll see that those numbers are added back into our total cost. So the point I want to make is when we say it's $255,000 less expensive for year one for us to enter into this agreement, that doesn't mean that on top of that, we have to pay the $753,000 of the monies that we retain. That accounts for the monies that we retain. So that's baked into that final number. So I just wanted to kind of illustrate that when we say, and if I can go back to the screen I was sharing, year one. Okay, and I'm sorry for the kind of the technical mix up there. So what I'm saying that it will be total cost for the contract is 6,107. That accounts for the fact our UAL is baked into that number and our retained expenses that we have had to pull out of that contract. What we could give over to Confire, that's been baked into there. So these are real numbers. It's not in addition to the 753 is not in addition to. So the fiscal analysis reflects that the city has the fiscal ability to enter into and sustain an agreement with Confire to provide fire and emergency response services if Confire or the county commits to providing the $2 million annually, which we've just heard from Supervisor Joya that they are we've always kind of known that the intent was there. We were just waiting for the expression of it, and Supervisor Joya has just expressed that. So this is affordable and it's sustainable. So what are our next steps? So in order to establish a contract to provide fire protection services in Pinole, Confire and the city would need to achieve the following: gain the approval of the city council and the Confire board, which is the board of supervisors, to submit a contract for service application to LAFCO. We need to submit the LAFCO application and the accompanying independent fiscal analysis, plan for service, and agreements from labor groups represented the labor group representing the affected employees. We would need to get approval from LAFCO to implement the service model and then execute the contract for service. And once again, there was, I'm so glad Supervisor Joya made his comments. There was a comment here that assuming that the Board of Supervisors expresses its intent, which has just happened, to appropriate the $2 million or more from Measure X or other county funds. And based on the direction provided by city staff or provided to city staff by the council at tonight's meeting, city staff expects to work with Confire to achieve a final contract that's consistent with the council direction and the city's needs. There is a tentative meeting for September 27th in 2 weeks to follow up. I can't really comment on how long that turnaround will take. You have every assurance that we will be hard at work with the negotiating parties to put together a contract that meets the city's needs and Confire's needs, a mutually beneficial contract, and get that back to council as soon as we possibly can. And that final council step is to approve that final contract. If we're not able to meet that timeline of 2 weeks, then certainly we will defer the meeting, but we will make every effort to get that back and to turn that around as fast as we possibly can. And so that concludes the presentation, and we are open for questions. And like I said, we have Adam Stone from the Stone Municipal Group to answer any questions on how that particular sausage was made in the fiscal analysis. We have Fire Chief Brochard from Confire to answer any questions that are particularly related to his agency.
Thank you, Chief. Before we move forward, I would like to ask the city manager if he has anything else to add.
Nothing at this time, thanks.
Thank you, Chief Brochard. Would you like to add anything? Can you please go to the podium if you don't mind, so everybody get to hear you? Thank you. Oh, you're welcome to join the table here.
Can you hear me? Okay. Long way of saying, no, I actually have nothing to add. I think Chief Weinkoop did an excellent job in his presentation, and I appreciate Supervisor Joya's comments coming very shortly after our meeting this afternoon. But definitely here to answer any specific questions that you may have. I will just say, I think we all have an opportunity here. This has come and gone at least once, if not twice, in the past as an opportunity. And so I think it feels like things are aligning, and would hope that we take serious consideration to hopefully move this forward. And whatever I can do tonight and in the weeks ahead to advance this, I think it's best for Pinole, for Confire, and for all of West County. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And finally, from Adam from the Stone Municipal Group, Mr. Stone, would you like to add something before we move? Mute. I think you're on mute, sir. Need to unmute.
Well, now,
Good evening, sir. How are you?
hey, I'm well. Sorry about that. Hey, first off, thank you. Thank you for having me. Appreciate being a part of the group to review this and provide information to help your community make a decision. At this point, I don't have any additional comments to add. Happy to answer any questions regarding the methodology or forecast as they arise. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So what I would like to do, Madam City Clerk, is invite members of the public to please sign up the first time they will speak, to go to the podium and let us know how many questions they have, and please ask one question at a time. And we would have a member of the staff answering your question one at a time. You will be more than welcome to ask more than one question, and then I'll turn it back to the City Council.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we have 8 speakers signed up in person and 1 hand raised online. So the first 3 speakers that I have are Debbie Long, Bob Kopp, and Annie Ziff.
Quite frankly, I'm probably the last person you would want first. So feel free to cut me off if my questions go on too long. We know that's kind of my MO.
No problem. Good evening, ma'am. How many questions do you have? Out of
I
curiosity?
just have kind of a list when I went through the report itself, and I got a little off when Chief was giving his presentation because we didn't have page numbers. So I was trying to reference the pages, but
I think your question will probably cover a lot of questions. that the
hopefully,
public has.
hopefully.
ahead.
As a way of introduction, and I want to make sure everyone is clear on my position, I don't oppose opening 74. I'm all about sustainability. I happen to be, most of you know, on the council at the time it was closed. And it was because when it was open, it had no funding source. And the funding source ended up being the reserves from the general fund. And then that took us into the recession. And at that time, we didn't have any other ability to find a funding source. Passing taxes while in a recession was just not a choice that we had at that time. So I want to make it very clear, to keep the city out of bankruptcy is why the station was closed. And so I, like all of you, would like to see it opened again. We all benefit. In fact, I will emphasize that I believe the county benefits equally as much as we do, but I don't need to go into that part of it right there. My questions have to do more with the detail of the sustainability and what is included and what isn't included within the contract. And I'll just get to some of those lists. In trying to understand the fiscal analysis, it appeared that the eBrick radio system was not part of what was covered in the inclusive number, that it was additional money that either we would have to submit to the county and or we would pay on our own. So that is my first question. You
Please
know,
go
the
ahead.
radio system.
So yes, and I'm just conferring with Chief Brochard on that. That is included in the inclusive costs of the contract.
Okay, so that's not outside of it. Dispatch, I know that is that also included in the contract? And one thing I'd like to add, it was just a little odd to me that we were talking about 3 + 3 for fire and then an 8% if necessary for inflation and step cost, but only 4 for dispatch. So was that realistic in only considering a 4% on the dispatch?
So I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, the 8, so we did some sensitivity analyses and on the city side. And so we ran it in different scenarios with all different kinds to show that the differences when you add a percent or 3% or take that down by 3% or whatever, there are not huge differences. So I think the answer to your question is that we did not make assumptions for the county side, that there are only city side assumptions. Does that sound like the right way to answer that?
Okay, so then that would come annually then when they came up with the cost proposal, if those were outside of the labor cost then?
Yeah, so I think and Mr. Stone, you can jump in if you'd like. My recollection is that the communication, the dispatch cost is treated as an O&M cost, not a personnel cost for the purpose of the sensitivity analysis. So that was assumed to grow at the same rate. And as you note, it might not be the same rate that's was applied in the sensitivity analysis to some of the personnel costs. But I think a 4% per year assumption is what we would consider to be the most likely scenario anyways. And as Chief Weinkoop mentioned, although not a LAFCO requirement or a requirement of an independent fiscal analysis, we, and I know Confire in the county, we're interested in doing the sensitivity analysis just to find out for ourselves how sensitive the fiscal sustainability of this arrangement was, based on the different assumptions, forecasting assumptions we made. And as Chief Weincoop mentioned, one of the conclusions was, as long as there's a long-term commitment from the county and Con Fire to including at least $2 million per year of subsidy to this arrangement, then this arrangement is financially sustainable for the city for the 5 or 10-year term of the contract.
Okay, well, I'm asking individual questions. So is the dispatch outside of the cost of the contract then? Is that one of the things the city will still be absorbing on their own?
No, that is in the contract. That's inclusive in the contract.
Okay. And now it goes on to the workers' comp claims, because for any existing workers' comp claims or any open that they've returned to work or haven't, then the city is still liable for those for now and in the future. And so I was wondering if there had been an analysis done on the current and the outstanding workers' comp claims. That's one of the part of the questions. And the second, well, there's actually a couple. The second part has to do with, I'm not even sure how to present this. There are some assumptions when a fireman and other public safety members get ill, like with cancer, that it's assumed that it was an injury on the job. If someone has worked for, we'll just say Pinole 20 years, and they go and further that 10 years in the county, and they unfortunately come up with a disease that's covered, how will that be analyzed within the liability of the city? And I don't know if it's even relevant to what we're doing here tonight, but it's a question. And also for any of those employees that are injured and on workers' comp now and or may shortly after we go to Con Fire, when you backfill those positions, it's most likely with overtime. Would the city be responsible for that overtime as an unexpected expense due to the workers' comp injury that would be proportioned to the city?
So any workers' comp or employee injury that occurs while someone is an employee of the city would be responsible for.
Okay,
So that's
my question is, has an analysis been done of those potential claims by
actually,
HR?
I think your question was what happens to who bears the cost? And there were multiple parts, but one of the questions was who bears the cost? And the city will bear the cost for any injury that someone experiences while they're a city employee. Under the proposed contract, the firefighters would transition to employees of Con Fire. If an injury occurs when they're employees of Con Fire will bear the responsibility. In a case where there's responsibility that's attributed to people who've been employed by multiple agencies, there's a reconciliation process where the cost of that is shared by the responsible agencies.
I understand the process. I was very clear on that. I was asking if analysis of cost had been done, because that would be added to the cost of the contract, or just like when we pay out for vacation, they've analyzed that that's 52,000. Would there be an analysis on any outstanding workers' comp claims that we would continue to be paying now?
So the city wouldn't have to pay out any injury that hasn't been claimed right now. It's different from the situation with the vacation accrual. If somebody stops being an employee of the city,
Okay, okay, you don't understand my question, obviously.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. The question was, did we do a study analysis?
Right, we
That's the question, right?
currently probably have, I'm making the assumption, a few firefighters out on workers' comp. Should we transition over at any point with Con Fire, and if any of those employees are still on workers' compensation, we will bear the cost because their injury occurred in the city of Pinole. And that would be within the fire department's budget. So if we had to continue paying those out for, let's just say, another 6 months or whatever, we need to know and factor that into, even if it's a one-time cost, what the anticipation could be on that. Secondly, if they transition over while they are on workers' comp, not working, they still become a Con Fire employee, and there's a gap with that individual being able to work, and they would have to backfill that position. If they did, because the contract does call out for unexpected costs that we are responsible for, would we be responsible for the backfilling of that position until that person was eligible to go back to work?
So the county, Confire would be providing the staffing. Once these employees become Confire employees and Confire is responsible for staffing the station, they'd be responsible for staffing it however they can. So without a doubt, I'm sure there are going to be times when Confire is going to have to staff using overtime. That's a normal part of, as we do at the fire department. So that's not an unexpected cost, and that cost is included in the cost.
Okay,
proposal.
I think probably at an off the mic time, I'll maybe perhaps talk with Chief Burchard or one of the other people because you're still not understanding my question. There's administration credits from the fire department within our organization. In other words, part of the city manager, part of HR, part of finance is attributed to the cost of the budget within the fire department. Have those been analyzed? Because now the fire department won't be offsetting that portion of the budget and it will be solely on the remaining departments. Has that been analyzed or factored into this number?
So the allocation of overhead and administrative staff is done on a fund basis. The fire department is paid for by the general fund, so there's no additional general fund impact there's no savings or additional costs. We're not going to have, none of my time is allocated to the fire department, nor for the other administrative city staff. It's allocated to the general fund, which pays for the police department, the fire department. So that's not an additional ongoing cost that the city is going to have to bear once we contract with Confire.
Okay, that was a clear answer. The city attorney, will be additional to, if we should need their services. I think some has been factored into it, will be in addition to the contract as well. And is that a part of the bigger number that the chief referred to of, I think, around 759,000?
No, that's the city budget. The city attorney's budget already includes funding for services general services it provides to various departments.
I'm talking
So-
about the fire department.
And it's, as I mentioned, that's covered in the city attorney's budget. It's not in the fire department budget, and that's not an additional
Okay,
cost.
so they're
that we
not-
bear.
They're not attributed over there, okay? IT is still going to be covered, it said, by the city. And I'm sure that that's not all inclusive IT because I understand the county would be providing far greater services, but don't we still have some IT costs according to the contract? I'm
No.
just clarifying this.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not-
we don't have any, there wouldn't be any IT costs related to the fire department once we
Okay.
transition to Confire.
Okay. Well, weed abatement is on us, obviously, and paramedic supplies are all transferred over to Confire. They're responsible for replenishing those costs as well. The debt service, as it applies to when we took out a bond to pay some of our unfunded liability. I think we still have a few years to go on that debt service, maybe 2035. And part of that debt service would include portions of the firefighters or fire department, I should say, I'm sorry, that goes well back beyond all of us right now. So has that been analyzed as to that proportion of that?
So that's paid for out of the general government department, and that's not allocated on a department basis. So the city would continue to pay for that out of a separate budget that's been established for that purpose.
Okay, and then license and permits are still pulled through the city, right? So we would still get that money, but then we would get a separate charge from the county for those services that they provide.
Yeah, so right now we have a contract fire inspector who we essentially pay to perform the inspections that are needed, as well as a contract service that reviews building plans for fire code compliance. So rather than, so we collect those fees, we essentially pass that on to the firms that provide those services to us. Rather than providing it to those firms, Confire will be performing that service and they'll be the ultimate recipients of those permitting fees.
Okay, and will we keep a portion of those fees for our labor services?
We're still negotiating that, but yes, we intend to ask for an overhead administration charge. There'll be some handling necessary when we do the intake of the permits and the passing over to Confire and the bundling back up. So yes, we do expect to charge an administrative fee.
Okay, and then there was something in the contract regarding if new developments create a greater need for fire services, that would be passed on directly to the city. And I'm assuming, I'm going to give an example out there, but I'm assuming that that would be like if we needed a ladder truck because we have high rises now within the city. And so that would be something that we would be responsible for. I understand right now we borrow if necessary from Rodeo Hercules, but now that we're on a contract with Confire, we can't always count on that. So if Confire decided that we have 3 or 4 high rises that need the ladder truck and we need to buy one and they say that it's necessary, that cost would be on us. So I don't know if there's some way that we should be analyzing something of that nature within the development when they pay their permit fees. And perhaps that would come from Confire stating that it would be a good idea for us to look into something of that nature. That's a comment. And then right now, I believe when we hire new firefighters, they're all paramedics. Am I correct?
They don't necessarily have to be, but that has been our trend in the last several hirings. Yes.
Okay, and what percentage or what number, I guess, out of 15 are paramedics right now?
Right now, I believe 12.
So does the county have that same standard?
I'll let Lewis speak to that.
Would you mind speaking in front of the microphone, please, so that everybody get to hear? Just want to clarify, it's unlimited for everybody, but I would ask everybody to think about everybody else. Ms. Long, how many more questions do you have?
Chief, if you'd like, we also have a seat with a mic here. If you'd like to
Oh,
take a
I'll
seat
go over there.
That's
2
helpful.
or 3 is all.
Okay, thank you. So everybody will have opportunity to speak as long as they want, but think about other people as well. And you will have opportunity to speak back if you want to. Thank you.
Am I? Oh, yeah, I'm on. So every single one of our apparatus is staffed with a paramedic.
Okay, but I just want it noted that Pinole has an 80% standard and Confire has 40, and I would hope that they would try to get up there as well.
I might add though, that it's not a standard that we set. It's more of a necessity because as we fill overtime positions, we want to make sure that we can maintain with a small group of 15 firefighters. In order to backfill when a paramedic is out, we need to make sure that we have paramedics in the bullpen. So the standard is 1 paramedic per apparatus per crew. But we've chosen to hire a higher percentage so that we can backfill like that.
Okay. And I believe it's my last question for right now, is that when ESCI did the report, I believe after 5 years or the 5th year, they anticipated 2 stations that was going to be over $9 million. And here we don't have those same figures. And I would like to know where the numbers differed. And I'm not sure that this can be answered tonight, obviously. It talked about it, but it didn't really say why there was such a big difference between that. So, and lastly, I think that the $2 million needs to have an escalation factor. After all of our costs are going to escalate. If their sales tax increases, they get that automatically. So there should be an escalator clause built into that $2 million so that it helps offset any costs that we may have as well. But sustainability is my big issue. That's just don't want to leave a problem for a future council. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that the escalation clause is something that the county will be debating in the future meeting, and it's something that people, we wanted to just be very conservative, so we decided not to, but more likely we would have some clause related to the
Exactly.
escalation clause.
We needed to make our projections
Yes.
with 0 escalator.
And very, you have an answer to Ms. Fang why the study that was provided a few years ago projected to station at $9 million and now what we are under?
Well, I can get back to you on that, but I can speculate though, is that it certainly wasn't as in-depth of a study that included a fiscal analysis to the degree that we carried out here.
Thank you, Chief. So it's open comments. Everybody's welcome to come as long as you provide a card, and you are not limited in time. And you ask one question at a time, please, and we'll go as you answered, and next question and so on. Good evening, sir. Can you please state your name?
Yeah, my name is Bob Kopp. I lived in Pinole for 55 years. One of the questions after talking to the mayor on the phone for quite a while, he mentioned that our budget for the single fire station at 73 is costing the city around $5 million, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. But we're going to be getting $2 million, and you're going to open the other station for $2 million, and we're paying $5 million for one. So where is the other $3 million? Are we paying too much for the first one? Are we not paying enough for the second station? Those numbers don't add up. And I'd like to have an answer to that, one question. And the other question I have, if sometime in the future we decide to get away from the county, you're saying that all the equipment that the city of Pinole has paid for over the years and maintained will become fire trucks and apparatus and everything that they have that ends up belonging to Fire. Now, if for some reason we decide to go the other way, we're almost impossible to get away from Fire because you're starting out with zero. You have two buildings, you won't have any firemen, and you won't have any equipment. So you're kind of stuck with whatever they come up with. And I know for a fact with the sheriff's department, they took over Danville a number of years ago. And I got good friends of mine that live in Danville, and they closed the whole police department and they gave it to the county. Well, the next time the contract came up, it wasn't raised just a little bit, it was raised a lot. They had no choice but to pay whatever the county requested because they had no police department. They had no chief. They had nothing. And that's what I'm worried about with the county, because in the past, they've had, a policy of doing that. They've done it in more than just Danville. And I'd hate to see something down the road come up that we have to go back on our own, and then we have zero. Because the taxpayers have paid for everything that the fire department has right now. And so can you answer the question about the $2 million versus $5 million, how one station can work for $2 million a year and the other one takes $5? I'd like to know where the $3 million difference is.
So I could speak a little bit to, first of all, the current budget for fiscal year 2022-23 is about $5.5 million. For the contract purposes, because we'd be entering into this contract in we're anticipating late winter, early spring. So if you're talking about March, April, this fiscal year will be almost complete. So for contract purposes, year one is next fiscal year, 2023-24. So if we're at 5.5 now, we're projected for the fiscal analysis to be 6 million and some change. So say $6.1 million. And then in addition to that, our average of, like I said, we've averaged out our expenses, our capital expenses that are going to be oncoming over the next 7 years. And so that portion of that average portion of that is $300,000 or $400,000. So now we're coming into $6.3 million for our costs. So that makes up some of that delta right there. So it's not $5 million. It's more like $6.5 million. The other thing is why one station can cost X and two stations, the second station only maybe costs half of X, is because we're not duplicating the administrative staff for that. So we're only ramping up the personnel and the apparatus expenses. So you're not reinventing the entire department all over again. And it's also those economies of scale that Confire has, because they're so large that those economies of scale can even further reduce how much it costs to to operate each additional satellite station. If that makes sense.
So who pays for the new fire truck and the equipment at 74?
So we have an agreement where we will transfer our equipment to Confire, and then built into the contract is an annual vehicle replacement fund. So Confire will, going forward from the initial transfer, Confire will be responsible for the maintenance and then the eventual replacement of all apparatus.
So up front, they have to come up with at least one more fire engine and some equipment for 74 to start with.
That is correct.
Okay. Well, that's all the questions I have. I'm just curious how you could do all of this and for only $2 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Economies
Cap-
of scale.
Chief, I think one question was related to the equipment, right? And if the city were to decide to leave the not execute leave after 5 years, what would happen to the equipment that the city of Pinole has transferred to the county, and what situation would the city be if they were to rebuild the new
So
would they have to buy, does the city would have to buy again those equipment?
now it would depend on when that exit were to happen. So if it were that, these are things that we've discussed, that if it were to happen in the first couple of years or something, again, and I just want to again reiterate to the public, we don't anticipate seeing any of this happening, but for contract purposes, always there's some unwinding clauses in there. But if it were to happen in the first couple of years, then Confire would just return the equipment to us. If it were further down the road, then there would be some agreement between the parties whereby we could lease back something from them. So they're never going to leave us completely without any fire service. That we would give each other 12 months of lead time to unwind this, make the arrangements so that there would never be a gap in services. So that, even if we were to want to unwind it, Confire would provide services until such a time that we were up and running. So that would all be worked out. But to answer your question, it depends on at what point in time that were to happen. If it were real soon, we'd just get our equipment back. Again, I don't see any scenario where that would happen. But for contract purposes, yes, we would have that worked out.
Thank you, sir. Next citizen who wish to talk, please.
Yes, thank you. Rafael Menes, followed by Cordell Hindler and Cameron Sasai.
Greetings, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of the city of.
Excuse me, we're having a hard time hearing you. Could you bring the mic a little bit closer?
Greetings. Micro working now? Yes. So greetings, Mayor, Council, staff, or its public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of the city of Pinole, and I have a number of questions and comments linked to this item. First off, I want to go back and point out one of the older items in, I think it's attachment E, page 395 of the agenda packet. The old projection that was given in the Regional Fire Service Delivery Study addendum back in 2019, I think it was, based on the city's data that it had at that time, projected that the city's anticipated benefits cost status quo for the fire department would be $3 million by this year and $3.6 million projected by FY 23-24. Whereas as the fiscal analysis done on page 781 shows, the benefits cost in total is, I'd say, probably about 1.5 million for the current year's budget for the fire department, and about 1.6, 1.7 million for 23-24. So I think the discrepancy in costs between the ESCI projections for the Confire projection and the current projection is because the ESCI projections were based on the city's data at the time that turned out to be inaccurate. So I just wanted to flag that. And of course, the
study analysis can correct me if I'm in error on any of those points. I also have some.
I'm sorry, it's hard for us to analyze the question live. I think you would need a little bit more time to be able to compare those two data. If you could give us a little more time, we'll be able to answer those questions. Mr. City Manager.
Sure, although I heard it as more of a comment and possible explanation response to a question that was raised earlier. So the ESCI group used a different methodology for forecasting what the costs were going to be. I also don't think that as part of that, we had received a formal cost proposal from Fire in the same level of detail that we have now. So they were using a different methodology to forecast what the cost of having Fire provide the service. One thing that we've learned as a result of the more recent discussions is that Fire can do things on a more efficient per unit basis than the city's been able to, which is why they can operate 2 fire stations at lower cost than the city's able to do so, you know, irrespective of the $2 million subsidy. So I don't know if Mr. Menes would like some additional information on the comparison of the two. I'm happy to do that, but they use quite different methodologies, and the Stone Municipal Group has done a number of these independent fiscal analyses, and so we have a lot of confidence in the current fiscal analysis.
No, it wasn't a question so much as making a comment about the difference between the two items, which can be clearly seen in the numbers that are written on those pages that I pointed out. But I also want to point out that on page 395, figure 27 for that, that's not the ESCI projection for if we add another fire station. That was ESCI's projected status quo expenditures. They expected that status quo wise, that benefits costs would be 1.5 million higher than they actually are and 2 million higher than they actually are for this year and next year. So I think that's the primary cause of what the difference was, not differences in their projection calculations of what the future costs were going to be for Fire or so on and so forth. And this was a point I brought up back when ESCI made their presentation as well, that the values that they were showing for benefits costs were simply for status quo were the primary cost adjustment factor across all of their factors, and that they were simply unrealistic, which I believe this study also shows to have been the case. So I'm just bringing that up to emphasize that point, as it were. My second question is with regards to CERT. I noted that in the staff report that I'm going to see if I can find a specific comment where it talks about CERT in the staff report, but I note that it says basically Fire doesn't do CERT and therefore the city would need to fund that as a separate item. But that's on page 6 of the agenda packet under services. So if the city wanted to have a CERT program after entering a contract for service with CCCFPD, a city department would need to operate the CERT program. The reason I have a question about that is because the contract itself on page 749 of the agenda packet and 750 of the agenda packet flags that the district is going to coordinate under community education fire safety programs that will coordinate the planning, development, and implementation of fire and safety training programs, which will be tailored to educate city residents and other members of the Pinole community, such as schools, businesses, community associations, and child care providers. Fire prevention and safety training programs to be provided by the district will include the following programs with such changes and adjustments as mutually agreed to by the fire chief and the city manager. And the second item on that list is CERT fire training. And then under C3 on page 750, it says 3 community emergency response team CERT. The district will work with city departments to offer fire-based community emergency response team training to members of the Pinole community. The district and the city will work together to ensure the training complements the city's current disaster preparedness programs. So those two items in the contract seem to me like it would be the county through the district offering that program, not the city. But the staff report seems to be saying the opposite. So I'm curious whether I'm just misunderstanding the contract or.
So I think I can answer that, and I think it's a bit of a matter of semantics. And so far as First of all, I would like to say that currently the city of Pinole does not offer a CERT program right now. That's something that we're looking into, that when we got our new fire prevention captain, that we could look into reestablishing that under that auspices. But currently we do not offer CERT. And I think and Chief Brochard can correct me if I'm wrong, what Confire would provide is the fire specific training toward the city's CERT program should the city wish to establish a CERT program. So CERT is a kind of a more broader spectrum than simply the fire training portion of it, so that Confire would work in coordination with and does with the cities with whom they work right now that have CERT programs to offer the fire training component of CERT. Am I correct?
That's exactly right.
So just to add a little additional information. So a CERT program requires soliciting volunteers, possibly provisioning them with stockpiles of supplies and other materials. And those are things that Confire doesn't do. Those CERT teams and volunteers need to be trained. And that is one thing that Confire does, but CERT programs don't entail simply training people. There are other components. Confire doesn't do that. The city doesn't currently do that. If the city wanted to move forward with a CERT program in the future, after contracting with Confire, some other city department would need to do those other aspects of the CERT program, primarily soliciting and doing intake for volunteers and providing them with supplies.
All right, thank you for clarifying that point. So basically, when it talks about fire training and the community emergency response team, it would just be the fire portion of it, and the logistics and the infrastructure would still be on the city's end to set up, which it hasn't been done yet. Though I do note that it's noted as a strategic plan element. So hopefully the city will be able to do that in the future, because I think that setting up community emergency response teams would make the city more resilient as a whole, at perhaps a lesser cost than some other measures the city could take to build resilience. Let's see. With regards to the county's contribution of cost, I was also pleased to note Supervisor Joya's comments with regards to the county's intent to fund $2 million per year once the county has a meeting to formally confirm that. I think it might be beneficial to have on page 744 of the contract, where it's going over recitals, to change recital C to explicitly confirm the $2 billion over the lifetime of the contract, and if an escalator clause is added, to also include that in the recital, so that it would be a written part of the contract and not just a verbal agreement, because as we know, future councils and future boards of supervisors have the power to make changes to prior agreements, save as they're limited by contract. So I think it would be beneficial to have that in writing as part of the recitals of the contract.
Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, so thanks for mentioning that. Actually, we'd like it to be incorporated into the body of the contract, not just as a recital, because as you say, it's, might be viewed as just a policy statement. We'd like in the body of the contract for the Confire to commit to providing the 5 years of funding. So it'd be even stronger and more binding than just as a recital. And I think that's the direction in which the discussions about the final revisions to the contract are heading.
So much the better. I was operating under the assumption that the recitals in the contract were just as binding as the rest of it, but if not, then having it elsewhere would be beneficial. Let's see. I also had a question about pages 800 and 801, the charts for the first engine total response time on fire structure call for all Pinole, and for first engine total response time on structure fire call station 74. There's a quadrant in there that's blank. It doesn't show it. It's marked as minimal change, relatively close to station 74. And I was curious as to whether that was just a graphical error or whether there's something about that particular quadrant that makes it so that there wouldn't be any notable benefit in terms of response time.
Sure. So, yeah, the areas immediately adjacent to Station 73 that would be responded to typically by Station 70, by Engine 73 would be minimally affected. In other words, it would be the rare occasion that station that 74 would that Station 73 would have any significant reductions or increases in their response times in the blocks around there by having Station 74 there. So does that make sense? So we're talking, those are the blocks right around Station 73.
Right. I'm discussing one of the blocks directly next to Station 74. It'll be clearer on page 801. The second graph on that chart, you can see that there's a few dark green blocks right next to Station 74, but there's some lighter green blocks going out next to it. And then there's a white block in between two dark green blocks and a light green semi block. And I'm not sure whether that's just a graphical error or whether that particular block, for whatever reason, is expected to have no particular benefit for reopening Station 74. It's quite close to Station 74, so I would assume by default it would have at least the benefit of the block that's farther away.
And I
but-
think that's a reference to a park. In other words, there are, I don't believe there's any homes in that block. Any residences. That makes, and I'll have to check back with you and I will check with the folks who provided the report, but I can get back to you as to why that's white, but I believe that's what it is. I don't think there's any residences in that quadrant or that section.
Okay, so that would explain why for structure fires it's blank, but for ALS calls, there's still a thing noted there because there could still be medical emergencies in a park, but there can't be structure.
Exactly, we do respond to the parks there.
Okay, let's see. Jumping back to the beginning again, discussing separation on page 7, it says that the parties would agree to meet and develop a transition plan if there's a separation, but not otherwise. And I guess I'm curious why there couldn't be, I suppose, sort of a bare bones separation plan set up as part of the contract, rather than just saying, we'll discuss it when we get to it, to have sort of a better sense on the city's side of, what are the risks if we need to back away, what are the associated costs, that sort of thing.
So thank you I hear that as a comment, and that's
A question.
is the question, would it be better if there were more clarity on a transition plan?
Right, if there was at least some minimal level of a transition plan written into the contract, so the city would have some idea of, what the cost to it would be, because presumably the cost of a city in the event of a termination would be significantly greater than the cost of the county.
So, well, no, I wouldn't agree with that statement. The cost to the city, if there's a termination, is going to be the overhead of arranging for the reopening of the station, which is primarily staff time. And we're not, bearing any other personnel costs until we hire and go live with our firefighters. The apparatus costs, as we already discussed, there's a clause on return of the apparatus upon termination or them providing some other equipment until we can get our own equipment. So primarily, if there is a separation for some reason, there's a significant amount of work and some lead time required on the city side to get everything arranged, but not a substantial cost. The transition plan, and we discussed this somewhat at length during our meetings, is really going to be dependent on the circumstances in which there's a separation. So I think there are just so many different, there are a lot of details, none of which are particularly costly, but also it's going to be so specific on the circumstances of the separation that it would be hard to enumerate all of those in the contract itself. Chief Wynkoop, is that anything to add?
Nothing.
All right, and then jumping back to page 749 again, section B, talking about the dispatch service in the contract. It says the city will continue to pay its proportionate share of annual dispatch related fees and charges, which is billed annually. So what impact will having some of the city's dispatch that presumably currently goes through the city's dispatch department shift over to Confire Regional Communication Center have on the city's dispatch budget, both in terms of revenues and expenditures? Does the city know what that impact will be, or is it just one of the costs that's calculated into the overall structure?
Actually, the Confire Dispatch Center currently dispatches for the Pinole Fire Department. The dispatch center at the police department dispatches for San Pablo Hercules and Pinole police services. So there wouldn't be any change under a contract for service in the way that fire dispatch is handled.
Okay, I was operating under the assumption that dispatch handled all of those, so it's good to know there wouldn't be a change there. Let's see.
How many more questions do you have, sir?
I believe that's all my questions. So I'd like to state that given the information here and how the contract's been suggested to be modified, I would be in favor of adopting this contract. And I believe that many people that I've spoken with in the city, both as a candidate in the past and as a candidate presently, would support this, because it's not just people in the valley who benefit from Station 74 reopening. It's people throughout the entire city who benefit from the improved services provided by Confire to the city as a whole, whether it's fire investigative services, whether it's improved fire prevention services, whether it's improved infrastructure overall, and also just improved response time, reduced load on the firefighters because there's better staffing, because it's not the city having to handle staffing for one station, it's staffing split up between stations. I think all in all, it would be beneficial to the city, and that the city should adopt the contract with the modifications suggested to have the county guarantee at the very least is $2 billion in funding, and ideally also including an escalator clause. Thank you.
The next speaker we had was Cordell Hindler, but I don't see him online any longer. So then we'll move on to Cameron Sasai, followed by Ernesto Chacon and William Horton.
Hello again. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Chief Weincoop. Thank you so much for the excellent presentation. Actually answer all my questions. So this is more of a comment than a question. So Mayor Salimi, am I okay to proceed?
Please go ahead, and thank you for waiting.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I've had a lot of conversations with our community about this and kept track of this issue. And as it stands right now, this is a solid contract that will ensure that everyone in Pinole, regardless of their place of residence, has equal access to a fire department and to fire prevention and safety services. And whether you live in Pinole Shores, Old Town, or the Valley, you deserve to have timely emergency response. And so, without partnering with our county, it will be virtually impossible to sustain staffing and services at both of our fire stations at the level that they need to be at. And potential consequences are deadly. So we must work together with our county to get this done for our community by any means necessary. And we should be thankful that this deal is even on the table. This is good for our budget. This is a crucial measure to improve public safety here in our city. And so I respectfully ask for council to work towards the approval of this contract with Confire. Thank you.
Okay, Ernesto Chacin, I believe. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ernesto Chacin. I'm a resident of Pinole. Thank you. It's very obvious that you've all put a lot of hard work and time in, and I'm kind of average person on the street. So first, are the firefighters who work here going to make a lot less money after this contract goes through?
The answer is no. I think overall there would be an increase in overall compensation.
Okay, and then I'm just that person who walks by with their little kid and says hi to the firefighters. That's a relatively flabby question, but the staff on the street seems pretty skeptical of this plan, and they don't seem to be, you know, I don't, I came because I talked to them and they kind of, well, after Confire, you know, they're nervous, and I was wondering if you have any opinion as to why they're nervous, or why they're not wholeheartedly in favor, since they would have access to so much training, so many more resources, and you know. And to clarify your question, who is it that you're talking to that's nervous? Is it the citizens or no, the various employees, as it has come up randomly in my, you know, come with my son to look at the fire truck. They're not, I don't get the impression that they're looking forward to this change, or that and it's, you know, I don't want to, it's obviously.
No, I understand. That hasn't been my experience in talking to staff. If there are staff that are you know, somewhat apprehensive, I think that might be due to the fact that this has been approached before, and I think folks' hopes have been gotten high and then been dashed before, so there may be some apprehension. That's just a speculation, but that's not I guess that's not been my experience in talking to staff. My understanding is that that staff is wholeheartedly embracing this, and I think that the labor group would concur with that.
And if I might add, state law was changed recently to require that in order for the Local Agency Formation Commission, the county LAFCO, to authorize Confire to provide services in a different jurisdiction, there needs to be approval of such an arrangement by the affected employees. So employees of the Pinole Fire Department and their recognized labor organization, and employees of Confire and their recognized labor organization, coincidentally, that's the same organization, both need to provide their approval of such a contract for service. So the employees, and I think the intention of that piece of state legislation is specifically to make sure that employees aren't somehow inadvertently, their interests aren't somehow inadvertently overlooked when two agencies enter into a contract like this. So the employees will have to provide their approval of this contract in order for it to be approved by LAFCO.
Do we all agree that Pinole has an excellent fire department?
I believe we have an excellent fire department that can also be greatly improved upon by joining an even more efficient, you know, operationally and administratively more efficient fire department. So I think there's a lot to be gained.
Thank you. That's encouraging. I guess my final question is, I'm curious if anybody, you know, responsible for analyzing this actually feels that this is reversible, because one of the two elements that make me nervous just from the common sense perspective are, you have a large organization that's offering a significant incentive in the $2 million subsidy to make this change. And because I see it as irrevocable, I'm a little bit skeptical of it. And so I was just hoping to see if what are we, other than saving money, and you know, having fire investigators, and you laid out a lot of points, but why aren't the conservative people right in hanging back and holding back on this big change that probably can't be unwound?
Because we'd be effectively doubling our fire service capabilities by opening 2 stations instead of 1, so increasing our fire service capability by 100%.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. William Horton, Pinole citizen, and I'm also speaking on behalf of Mary Horton, who was elected 5 terms to the council. Together, we brought our questions in 27 parts. No, sorry, that's just a joke from a movie. I have 3 questions for you, shorter. And first one comment that I'm someone that likes something that I can read, and I hastily looked through the 800 pages over there. As far as a member of the public, it'd be shorter, 10 or 20 page summary, something to read beforehand would be easier for me and the other members of the public, especially those who are not electronically inclined on the internet. But given that, our questions are, number one, what is the net impact to the Pinole budget over the next 8 years of this contract?
Well, the fiscal analysis shows that in the most likely scenario that the net impact would be about a wash.
About even for the 8 years in your foreseeable future?
Correct, for that's for the fiscal impact, but the operational impact of doubling the fire service capability would clearly be worth it.
Okay, question number two, how long in months and years would available funds from Measure X last? Is it 2 years or is it longer?
So Measure X is a 20-year tax measure. As Supervisor Joya has just affirmed that the County Board of Supervisors is going to affirm the availability of the funds throughout the term of the contract. The way the contract is written, the first term is 5 years, and then it is renewable by agreement between the fire chief and the city manager for an additional 5-year term without having to go through the entire negotiation process again.
So I would like to say, just be sure to get it in writing that you have more than 2 years of Measure X funds if you're relying on that going out in the future. Number three, my question is, has professional polling been performed in case a parcel tax of $500 should be necessary for the 6,000 plus parcels? I saw briefly when I looked through the 800-page document, something about parcel taxes. So is that on the table?
So no, that's a reference to some polling that took place in previous iterations of this discussion, whereby the city would be funding the reopening of the fire station by itself with city funds and not in collaboration with Confire under contract with the $2 million subsidy.
So no anticipated parcel tax in our future.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. How many more citizens do we have, Madam City Clerk, please?
At this time, we have 8 more speakers.
We have 8 more speakers at this time.
Yes.
Okay, I will take a 5-minute break and I come back at 5:00. It's 8:05. I come back at 8:10. Thank you. The Pinole City Council will be resuming the meeting. We are watching the special meeting of reopening Fire Station 74. And just to make sure that the workshop is I want to have the right name here. Such an important conversation. We are watching the Pinole City Council, and the workshop item, it's related to the potential contract for fire protection services with Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, including the reopening of Pinole Fire Station 74. And we are going back to a citizen that would like to make a comment. It's a workshop, so everybody's welcome to make ask the question one at a time, and it's open microphone so they can speak as long as you want. And then we'll come back to the council and discuss, and I will also give an opportunity for people to speak again if they want to. Madam City Clerk, who's the next citizen that
Thank
wish
you.
to talk? Before we move forward, I know that some citizens do have questions, but some people just want to make a comment. And I would like to give the opportunity for the people who just have a 3-minute comment to go first. Some other people have questions, and I believe some people have like 35 questions I heard. There we go. Just very quickly, out of those 8 people that we have here, can
Sure.
you just ask who has comments only, because I'd like to give those opportunities to the people to speak first. If it's just 3 minutes, so they don't have to wait until the end of the meeting.
Sure. So it looks like James Harris, you just have a comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I tricked you. No, my name is, are we on? Can you hear me? My name is James Harris, and I am a resident of Pinole for a little over 50 years. This is what I want to do for this group tonight. We've been waiting for this for a very long time. I was on my way down in the very near future to ask you guys to look into this, because I live back in the valley. And in the last 2 years, maybe 3, I begin to notice that everything's drying up back there. The pine trees, I've got 6, 70-foot dead pine trees in my backyard that don't belong to me, but in my neighbor's yard. You know, and they tried to get them to cut them down, but they're financially unable. I go, that's unacceptable. Because if my trees catch fire, that whole valley's going down. And that's a common thing. We got lots of dead debris back there. This is what I want to do first. And thank you guys for doing what you do. I'm in 100% support of this. I hope it works out well for all of us. But we need to add one more thing, guys. We need to get ahead of this and start getting these trees cut down with whatever funding we can get our hands on. Fast and furious. I don't think we even have time to wait for this to get approved. Because if you go back and you look over the last couple of years at what happened up at a friend in Paradise, Napa, oh my God, you would have never thought that could happen, but it did. And back there, we're all terrain. Everything's going up. The fires are, the houses are on the peaks, and the grass in between, and the pine trees, dead pine trees. That's a ticking time bomb waiting to happen. And I've been getting more and more nervous with every passing day. This past Labor Day, when the winds picked up and got up there like that, God forbid anybody threw a match or lit a barbecue. It would have been way more for our people to handle, even Contra Costa County. It would have been just done. So I appreciate what's going on here tonight. And moving forward, we don't need to talk about the past or whatever. Let's just get this done and keep on rolling and keep on doing an extraordinary job. Thank you. That's all. And I'm gonna leave, so I'm not gonna hear the rest of this, but I'll be watching at home.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next two that we have are Allison Crooks and Stephen Dorsey. Are those comments or questions? Allison Crooks, thank you.
Hi, my name is Allison Crooks, and I've lived in Pinole my entire life. And full disclosure, I am married to one of the firefighters, so some might call that biased, but others might call that informed. So I want to thank all those involved in looking at this and reviewing it. City manager, city staff, the consultants, and especially our chief. They've thoroughly reviewed the different options that have over the 5-10 years of surveys that have been done, the LAFCO reviews. They're aware of the high call volume that we have, knowing that we have one of the higher averages within West Contra Costa County of all the stations, not just City of Pinole. The trends and how that's been increasing, the dependence on how often we call for mutual aid from Rodeo Hercules, from the other Confire stations, 69, 70, and others, as that includes Richmond and El Cerrito. The growing community needs. We're developing some apartment complexes and additional housing developments in Pinole, plus the whole Bayfront development that has been growing in Hercules, which undoubtedly impacts us because, for one, we will occasionally, as Pinole fire departments, get called in to assist when they need help. And their stations, the Rodeo Hercules, will be less able to come into our city to help because they're going to be more burdened with their thousands of more residents those developments are providing. They did not add any funds or increase any fire resources in those areas. No extra fire stations, no extra staffing for the Rodeo Hercules Fire District. So that will fall on the rest of the county to help or give up resources towards. There's been a thorough analysis of what Pinole current resources are in terms of training, admin staff, and ability to provide services versus what Confire can do, as the presentation showed. It was able to identify the potential service level increases that will have training opportunities that will also benefit every Pinole resident, and that will include those county areas that, extend all the way from the Bayview over by Embers and Terra Hills, Montalvin, to that top street on Wright Avenue and the far, even out in the far Pinole Valley Road, Alhambra areas. When the one station is out in those corners, they can't get across town to help you, whether you're 2 minutes away or 10 minutes away on the far end of the district. If we had 2 stations running, then over those 2,000 calls that we run every year, you're going to still have one station right in town to be able to help you, not have to wait for Hercules to come out from Refugio Valley or El Sobrani to send their engine over. The level of detail and planning that appears to have gone into looking at this contract and what would be needed has taken into account all the interests of the citizens as well as the interests of the employees, and whether it's what benefits they would have, what will they lose, will it increase, will it decrease, will they have bidding rights? And so if we love our Pinole firefighters and they want to stay in Pinole, can they stay in Pinole and not have to go and start working in Antioch? They might have the opportunity, but do they also have the right to bid and stay here? They've taken into that level of detail. And I think that's why all the staff that I've heard from is in favor of it. Sure, you're going to have some hesitation when there's change. We all do, especially when so many things have been talked about and then stomped on and, not discussed again for a few years. So this is a great opportunity, and I really appreciate that it's being looked at. I don't anticipate moving out of Pinole. We'll be living here. My mom still lives in Pinole. It was really nice to know that when she fell and broke her hip, she could have immediate service and get someone to take care of her right away and not wait 6 minutes laying there on the pavement. I guess I do have one question. Is it correct that if this contract for service was not approved and we, or the $2 million that the Measure X funds will be funding towards it, the county retains that money? It's not like it gives it to Pinole to help fund its independent administration for the Pinole Fire Department, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So, we're just giving away money to Central and East County to open and better their stations there, which these Measure X funds have already allowed East County to open, I believe, 2 stations that they had previously closed. So obviously I'm for the signing of this contract, but I hope that we can continue to look at this and answer any remaining questions people have. The ones that I've heard tonight, it seems like those answers given just substantiate for this contract to meet the needs of the citizens, not just in service level, but also in budget savings now and in 5 years and potentially more if this Measure X is a 20-year tax. And even if we look at the most recent partial taxes and sunsetting or renewals that have been given, they have almost all continued and just been renewed. So that means it could even be renewed longer than the 20 years. And we could continue to have 2 stations for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead, Stephen Dorsey.
Hello, my name's Stephen Dorsey, a representative with Firefighters Local 1230. I'm also a fire captain with the city of Pinole, but I'm here tonight as a representative from Local 1230. All I have is just a few comments, no questions. First, I want to thank Chiefs Wincoop, Rochard, the County Board of Supervisors, and the negotiation teams from both the city, Cal Fire, and the county for their hard collaborative work to find solutions to address longstanding issues of fire services in this city since the closure of Station 74. Those closures actually began in 2010 with the initial brownout of Station 74. And that lasted about a year until 2011, when Station 74 was closed in its entirety and has been shuttered since. The Measure X, I think the speaker before me just mentioned it. This is currently a tax that the taxpayers even in the city are currently paying, with 74 being open or not. So some of the issues with trying to get 74 reopened has been, some of it's been financial. So now there's a financial mechanism to finally address this longstanding issue with no additional costs to the taxpayer. So to me, it just seems kind of a no-brainer to move in this direction to essentially have 2 fire stations for the cost that you're currently paying for 1. I know there were some other questions on the fire. Pinole Fire's budget is currently roughly around $5 million currently. And then with the addition of another 2 million, we can run 2 stations. Why are those numbers so different? Well, I think we heard some answers. The simple one is economy of scale. As a small agency that's trying to do everything we need to do as a fire department, it's very costly, but when that's spread out amongst a larger agency, those costs kind of come down. So that's some of the benefits to looking at going with Comp Fire. We're going to get better services to the citizens for bigger bang for your buck, for lack of a better word. And oops, sorry. And then so far as whether the firefighters support this idea, yes, as a labor representative, I say we are in support of this concept. There's still a lot of work to go ahead of us. But with the goal of trying to improve the services here, yeah, we stand behind it. It's an enhancement to the citizens and for their own safety. And it's also an enhancement to the firefighters and their safety while performing their jobs day in and day out. Again, kind of a no-brainer. And then my last comment, I know there was a little bit of a concern on, I won't get into any details on work-related illnesses and whatnot. To me, that kind of hit home to me tonight specifically. I'm boarding a plane tomorrow with Captain Ramos, who's one of our retired captains who died 2 years ago from job-related cancer. I'm boarding a plane with his widow tomorrow to fly to Colorado Springs to hand her yet another flag. This is the price, unfortunately, that our members pay, but we willingly understand that and sign up for the job anyways. So, but anyways, that's the end of my comments. I'll be in Colorado Springs on Saturday, outing one of our former captains to a memorial wall. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that concludes our in-person comments. Did you want me to vet the commenters online to see if there are questions? Okay, so I'll go one by one. And the first one is Frankie Martinez. Did I miss?
Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, one moment. We also have Peter Murray. Yes, go ahead.
I gave you my card.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Dave wants to add something.
Well, I was just gonna say that I think we said we wanted everybody with 3 minutes of comments and then there was questions, right? So I believe there's other speakers that are there.
Right. Did you want to take comments first or?
Yes, yes, comments. And I think Mr. Wells has comments, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Vince Wells. I'm the president of the Firefighters Local 1230 and represent Pinole firefighters. And I've been doing that since 2008. And I would call this a historical evening, and the day you sign the contract, it's a historical event. This is something that has been worked on and sought out by my membership, members of Pinole and our local for years. Signing the contract in East Contra Costa was huge. It was another one of those long adventures. And this is the west side, and the west side has some of the similar issues in the city of Pinole, Station 74. The efforts to try to get that staffing back has been a goal. Like I would say, I'm ready to leave after this and move on into retirement. The benefits of opening Station 74, we all know. We have a resource now closer to the valley, and as you know, that with the wildland urban interface, having 74 right there in the Briones area in the Alhambra Valley to be the first line of defense, I think it's huge. Have a resource on both sides of the freeway. That's huge. And so we appreciate the fact that this is coming before you. And I too want to thank Chief Richard and Chief Wincoop and city manager. I mean, it takes the right people in our current city council. It takes the right people to get things like this done. And we had this period of time where we had this moment where the right people are in place. They see the need and are putting in the effort to
to actually see this done. And I think when it's done, you'll see the community of Pinole will be so appreciative. What I've been hearing from folks in East Contra Costa is they're like, the fact that now Brentwood is starting to build another station and they're remodeling or tearing down their old station and going to build another one. Everybody's watching all that and just excited about it. I think the citizens of Pinole would be excited to see an engine pull out of that apparatus room of Station 74. On the talking about the Measure X funding, I was at the board meeting. I was one of the major contributors to Measure X. Our faces were on a lot of mail. We did a lot of talking. We put our money in and helped pay for the campaign. And so one of the things that was on our list was Station 74. And I told that to the supervisors. If we're going to support this, Station 74 is, and the East Contra Costa issues are on the line. We were the #1 polled entity for support. Everybody, the fire was one of the top of the list of the Measure X. And so for our participation was we want Measure X money to be given to this particular event. So we would hope that the city does take advantage of our work and take advantage of that opportunity. Today at the board meeting, I was there and the board was pretty, as Supervisor Joya talked about, a lot of discussion about the Measure X money. And for them, it's a no-brainer that this is continuous money. They know that if they open a fire station and they take the funding away, then you're closing that fire station. And they were like, kind of question, really didn't think this is long-term money. And now but they were willing to get behind that now. And in our next board meeting, put together a resolution to assure that, to make sure the community, this community understood that's what they meant when they allocated the money, that they plan to continue to do that. So I'll stop my comments there, but I appreciate, like I said, the time and the energy you guys are putting in this and all the effort to educate the community and get support of this. And hopefully you guys will support it and we can finally open that station and and get back to business and you won't have to see me anymore. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have comments or questions as well? Questions. Okay, so online we have Frankie Martinez.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, city staff.
My apologies. Mr. Martinez, are you there?
Yes, I am.
And do you have comments and questions?
Comments.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
So I just want to say that to all the folks, our fire chief, city manager, everybody that worked so hard behind the scenes to get us to this place in time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I guess my comment is, I want to be clear that we all know that we're in a high fire danger zone. And it's really important that we understand that some of the insurance carriers, such as Geico, have been closing offices and leaving our state for these very, very real reasons. Additionally, a good friend of mine, Sal, who's on a fixed income, has seen his homeowner's insurance go up this year 30%, folks. So yes, we're paying for this, whether it's on our homeowners policies or lack of response times or delayed response times, we're paying for it already, folks. So when there's all these questions about costs and contracts, what is the cost of the life of one of our friends or family members? I ask you that. What's the cost when someone loses their home to a fire? What's the cost to potentially losing our entire community from a fire? Has anybody ran the analysis on that? So do we have any analysis as to what we as a community are bearing in terms of these costs for these increase on our homeowners policies. So I guess the simple cost analysis for me is just to say, firstly, I thank each and every one of you for being here tonight and for helping work through this very difficult process. And I also respectfully ask our city council to support this contract and get our Fire Station 74 open as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is David Rupert. Sir, can you hear us?
Hello?
Oh, yes, Irma Rupert, do you have questions or?
Yes. I have comments.
Okay, go
Just
ahead.
one- Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. I have lived in Pinole over 40 years. We have been down this road many times over before. Let's move forward with this contract. I don't want the city of Pinole to become another paradise. I agree with everybody. We need public safety. We need the tax monies from the county to open Station 74. And my golly, let's have that day become reality and open Station 74. And let's get the city of Pinole and the surrounding areas safe for all of us. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
The next speaker is Maria Alegria.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Do you have questions?
Excellent. No, I have comments.
Thank you.
I'll
Go
keep
ahead.
my comments brief. I really want to thank the mayor and the city council. But before I begin my comments, I just want to make sure that I will not be censured and that I can continue with my comments. Because I noticed at the beginning of the meeting that Mayor Salimi did censure a citizen for making comments. So I just want to be clear that what is the purview and what is the how I can speak before I go into
Yes,
my
please go ahead,
comments.
as long as you are talking about the workshop topic. And just to clarify, Mr. Sasai was welcome to talk about the reopening of session 74. But I would ask him to talk about it as part of the workshop and not part of the citizen to be heard section. But I would not censure anybody, and you're welcome to speak as long as you wish. Now, please go ahead.
And my time limit is 3 minutes.
No, you're not limited to 3 minutes, ma'am. You can speak as long as you wish.
Okay, well, I will not speak more than 3 minutes. First of all, thank you again, Mayor Salimi and honorable members of the city council and city staff. I really am only here to thank those of you who worked so hard to pass Measure X. This measure was a county-wide measure that was supported by the residents of Contra Costa County. Not just the city of Pinole, but Contra Costa County. And that measure was passed by, I believe, almost 70% of the voters. And it was clearly stated in that measure that fire services and medical emergency service were a top priority. Having said that, I really appreciate the words of our fire chief, the work of our fire chief, the work of our city staff, and actually the leadership of Councilmember Anthony Tave, who really took this measure before a countywide organization to get their support. And I just want people to know that that leadership is not just in Pinole, it's throughout the county. So this is an investment, not just for the citizens of Pinole, but it's an investment for all of the citizens of Contra Costa County. They have put their faith in us as a city council to do the right thing. And what does that mean? That means that we not have a hospital and provide us emergency medical services. So who do we count on? We count on the paramedics on our engines to respond within that 5-minute golden moment to save our lives. We all know that over 70% of the calls for service are for medical emergencies. So we so desperately need to have this fire station reopened in the valley, because we need to not only save our lives, but our homes. I have lived in Pinole Valley for over 40 years, raised my family, and I have seen the value of our homes out here go over $1 million. So I'm just gonna let you all do the math. We have over 500 homes in the valley, over $1 million. And if we have a firestorm that ignites in the valley, those homes will go up as soon as we can speak. My neighbor next door was having a party, and all of a sudden, fireworks are going up. And I'm thinking, you know, who am I going to call? I'm going to have to wait for the fire station downtown to respond to a potential fire on the hill. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a small investment to protect not only our lives, but the homes that we live in, the lives of our family, our loved ones, and the investment. I just want to urge the City Council to please move forward. You have a plethora of questions, and I trust that you will do the right thing, because that is your first call to service, is to protect the health and safety of the people that you serve. We know that you will do your best. You can count on me to continue to support taxes that help preserve the quality of life in Pinole, including the reopening of our fire station. And I just want you to move forward, and Godspeed to all of those of you who serve our public. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next speaker is Bill Brown. Can you hear us, sir?
There we go. Sorry about that. Thank you. I just wanted to say I'm Bill Brown. I live in Pinole. I've lived in Pinole with my wife for 10 years now, and I completely support this. This sounds like a wonderful idea, and I just want to say you have my support. My only concern is in 2 to 5 years, when the subsidy from the county for Station 74 or for the services in general goes away, I want to ensure that Station 74 remains open. So even when the county is not subsidizing it, I would like it to remain open. If you could try to work that into the contract to the best of your ability, I would appreciate that. And the only other thing I wanted to say was there was a fire on Calusa Street last week, and it was awesome to see how many engines came out. There were people from, I think, Richmond, Hercules, Rodeo, Pinole, everybody was out. I think it was a great training moment, and it was great to see that wonderful of a response. So thank you, and that's all.
Thank you. The next speaker is Peter Murray.
How many more speakers do we have after Mr. Murray?
At this time, that is the only speaker we have. He is the only speaker we have. Thank you.
You can only ask one question. You have 30 seconds. You have as much as you want, sir, and you can ask as many questions. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I was the person that said 35. So, so I understand where that's coming from. I just want to say that this has always been about money and whether the city could afford going forward with this. And this Measure X was a windfall for the community. And this is what allows us to move forward. My questions would be centered around Measure X and whether there are escalators involved in that. So that, I mean, I understand it's tax revenue, sales tax revenue. So it will be incumbent on the economy to not fluctuate in any direction one way or another. But as we all know, that the costs going forward, and you've accounted for here in the sheets that show the increases in cost for providing this service, those escalate all the time. So I know that the city would be responsible for the cost of providing services for Con Fire when they come in, but my thought process was around Measure X, and is there an escalation in that helps cover that? My thought process beyond that is that if we're seeing increases and the costs are being passed on to the city, is the city positioned down the road to provide for those cost increases beyond Measure X and provide all the other services necessary to be a full service city? How is that going to be? How are those services going to be affected? I think that's a very pertinent question to ask. And I'm not poo-hooing the deal. I mean, it's kind of like I see this as a windfall. It's without Measure X, and I have to thank those that were involved in creating that revenue source because it is something that allows us to move forward with this and put to bed this issue that's been such a sore subject in the city for quite a long time now. That's a question. I don't know that that's going to be answered now, but I'd like you to have that in your thoughts going forward as to what's going to happen to the city as those increases beyond Measure X. If there's no escalator, we will be incurring that as a cost to the city because those costs always come.
Let me give the opportunity to be that answer. I think that question was previously asked about the escalators.
But yes, so.
Escalation, not escalators, but escalation costs.
Right. So, with again, it was a wonderful news that Supervisor Joyce shared with us. And I do know that the escalation year over year of Measure X funds is being considered by the board. I can't, give an answer. It's not actually my purview or my prerogative to say what that might be. But I do know that it is being discussed, and I think that Chief Rochard can affirm that it is at least being discussed. Is that correct?
The direction that was given by the board today was for staff to prepare an answer to the question of escalation or escalators for all fire-based Measure X funds, as well as some language for the ongoing commitment. So it wasn't just the ongoing commitment, it was also what form and how much of an escalator would be recommended.
And thank you. And the analysis that was provided to us was very conservative, and that did not include any escalators and escalation costs. That's why after year 7 and 8, 9, you could see those numbers increasing. But if we were to include those escalators, that will more likely wash out the cost from the city.
Yes, it would definitely offset that. If that were those were.
Thank you. I see a fire department leaving, and I just want to talk on behalf of the city of Pinole and the city council. I would like to thank you, and I know you are flying for the memorial of Mr. Captain Bob Ramos, and on behalf of the city and city council, I would like to thank you again, and I would like to let you know that the entire city council is supportive of what is happening, and we also honor the life of Captain Ramos. And thank you, sir. Please go ahead. Excuse me.
So we're not really sure to date about escalators. Is that what I got out of that?
But we're not sure as what that number was going to be, but what that escalator number is going to be. But we certainly do know that it's being discussed at the Board of Supervisors level.
Okay, I think that's good for the city to know because that really has to be factored in. Okay, Because we were serving areas outside of our immediate city boundaries, unincorporated areas, out the valley and then Terra Hills and Montalban and such. And supposedly we were, as it noted in, I think the March 16th document, that there was nominal costs being paid by the county to the city. Are we credited for that in regards to this contract coming up here with to provide this service? It would seem to me, or was that factored as a cost for us to include in fire service?
I'm happy to respond to that, Chief Wynkoop. So there isn't a specific provision in this contract that directly addresses that issue. One of the challenges, and this kind of came out in the ESCI study that was done a few years ago, is that for some of the reasons that Chief Wynkoop mentioned and our some data challenges with the report management system, we actually don't have complete information on the number of calls that we run and respond to outside of Pinole. And similarly, some of our peer Battalion 7 agencies don't have complete information. So we don't really know right now who is a net provider and a net receiver of services from the other Battalion 7 agencies. One of the great advantages of potentially working with an organization like Confire is they have much greater capacities in that area in all sorts of different areas. But the contract does require that Confire provide us with quarterly reports on calls for service. They will have that, of course, for the unincorporated area and have better report management. So we will be able to see, as a result of working with Confire, whether we're, again, kind of net contributors or recipients of aid from outside organizations. I'm happy to receive other direction from the city council in our negotiations with Confire on this, but I think staff's perspective is that if we were to move forward with an agreement with Confire, Confire is contributing to of approximately $8 million of the agreement. And so, if we're net givers of anything, less than say a quarter of our capacity, then it feels like maybe the county is already paying for that amount, but that's really a matter for the city council. So in a year's time, if we were to enter a contract, we should have pretty good information about again, whether we're net recipients or providers of service to peer communities, and then we can have at least have the data to have a conversation about whether the cost sharing is equitable.
Okay. Just that service, Briones and Bear Creek Road and those areas out there, some high-end homes are going in out there routinely, and they're going to require the service. Now, in my humble opinion, that the services are going to be from Station 74 because they'll be the quickest to respond to that area. And so there seems to be a mutual benefit there. And so that's my thought process on the credit. I just want somebody to discuss that and see if there is a benefit in that for the city of Pinole during these negotiations. Food for thought. I think it's something that should be seriously considered. Termination language. Raphael mentioned earlier his thoughts on that, and I had the same thoughts. But mine included equipment and how you need to button that down. I spoke about this before when I came up to speak a couple months ago, and it was that termination agreement was needed, but the termination agreement I don't believe should be open-ended and wait for a termination scenario to unfold, because two people that are involved in that are not going to be so what do you want to call it, congenial about a termination situation. It's better to have it decided now at this point in time as to what that means in regards to equipment, as I was talking about. That shouldn't be let go. It should be, okay, this is what we should be expecting. And then same thing with manpower. I was thinking about the manpower situation, and will we be able to retain employees here in Pinole from the now county force And what would that look like because of, maybe the prior issues of, bargaining agreements and such. But I think that needs to be addressed as well.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. You're
That's the
referring-
question. Do we have a plan for that? Okay. Haha, gotcha.
The question is related to the equipment.
So
If we were to exit, how can the equipment be returned to us and how would you get the employee back if it's needed? Is that
So
correct?
with regard to the employees, just to be clear, that our employees would become Confire employees. So that, no, there's not a, for lack of a better word, a return policy on employees. It would be, the lead time that if we had to, if Pinole were to have to start up a fire department again, the lead time, I believe, is sufficient of the 12 months. Lead time is sufficient to recruit the number of employees that we would need because we don't have the Measure X funding available anymore. We wouldn't be talking about 2 stations anymore. We would be talking about returning to 1 station and staffing 1 station. So that would be sufficient lead time. Into the no matter, and I understand the question if parties are not presumably on good terms, if this is a dissolution, still the district would, and I would yield to Chief Brochard to affirm this, but the district would not leave Pinole abandoned with no service. They would be staffing the station until such a time that Pinole were to be able to reboot and reestablish its fire department. As far as equipment, again, I spoke a little earlier about this. It would depend on at what point in time that dissolution were to happen. If it was sometime within a couple of years, then yes, the potential for equipment, the same equipment to be returned is feasible. If it's 10 years down the road, that equipment is out of its usable service life, then there would be a negotiation as to how we might lease back some equipment from the district so that we can continue to operate.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the last thing I would like is I appreciate that Supervisor Joya was available tonight to talk to us, but I would just like him just to commit to one answer. As I see on page 5 and then page 7, in both on both pages, there's discussion about this contract does not include a commitment at Confire. I heard what everybody said, but when John was speaking, he said both at the end of 5 years, and then he said supervisors have gone, and discussed beyond that. And I just want to hear that 5 years comment was not a continued topic of discussion, that it's going to be, ongoing. And then beyond that, I would ask this question: seeing how we're taxpayers in the county of Contra Costa, and that we are paying into this fund, why would the Measure X be excluded from the city of Pinole should we terminate the contract? We're paying into the fund. It's kind of like BART. We pay into BART, but we've never gotten BART. You know what I mean? So it's the same mentality when somebody says something like that. It's like, we are paying into this, so we do, on some level, deserve those funds coming into our community. And I would stand up for that, if I was a council member. That is not something that we should have to be worried about going into the future. Should we terminate this and we still want to keep Station 74 open? And that concludes my comments, and I thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for hearing me, and staff.
You're welcome, Mr. Murray. Please, Chief, would you like to say something?
No, I was just, again, we're kind of in a workshop mode and thinking out loud here. I guess the same could be said for any city who's paying into that, into the Measure X tax, and not, in other words, other cities are not receiving, are paying into it, but they don't have a fire station reopen. You know what I mean? That Richmond is not getting any shuttered fire stations reopened or new fire stations being built, but they're paying into it as well. So, I mean, I don't know that Pinole would be if this were to be dissolved, if Pinole would be uniquely burdened by paying into something, paying into this tax and not having the fire station continue to be opened and collecting that subsidy. I think any municipality and the citizens therein would have that argument that they should be getting some money too.
Can I ask a question on that then?
Sure, please.
So we're uniquely situated where we have a station that's closed, but the station that we have closed provides so many benefits to West County in general. And then maybe on some minor scale to Central County as well, because what happens right now is the station, once it opens, it becomes a bicycle, if you will. And as the pedals, the wheels turn, it allows 74 to backfill 73, which allows 73 to go to Rodeo Hercules, to go to the unincorporated areas, or vice versa. You know, and it just kind of seems to me that it makes this whole area really work fundamentally well. And that is the difference. No other city has that ability. Hercules doesn't have 2 stations to allow that. Rodeo doesn't have 2 stations to allow that. And also the Con Fire areas of El Sobrani, does not have 2 stations to accomplish the same thing. So it makes this station here, 74, at this point in time, thank you to Measure X, very, a very, significant wheel in the cog of providing services and mutual aid. Would you agree with that? There's my question.
Yeah, no, your point's well taken. Your point's well taken. I just yes, your point is well taken. I think that, the Measure X, the likelihood, I guess I would frame it as, the likelihood of retaining those monies, I think would be slim to none, just because there are of the Measure X, I think it's been $107 million allocated through Measure X. None of those monies has trickled down to municipalities. And I think that, I'm just being a realist about it. I don't think that would be a realistic expectation to have those monies continue to be allocated to a municipality without opening the Pandora's box of every municipality that has a project that they wanted to fund through Measure X.
If I may, Chief Weincoop, I have a slightly different take on that, which is, I think as some people have mentioned, the offer by the county and Con Fire of $2 million to reopen Station 74, which, of course, does have enormous benefits to places other than Pinole, is still nonetheless a really significant windfall. That, if we can get the 5 years of guaranteed or perpetual guarantee of $2 million plus per year, is something that we should, and we can work out all of the other, aspects of the contract, is certainly something we should consider pursuing. That said, if for some reason this doesn't work out, I do think it's, reasonable position, as Mr. Murray mentioned, for the city to ask the question of, okay, we're not getting $2 million for the fire station, or at least through Con Fire, should we be getting something else out of Measure X? I don't expect that, if we can reach agreement on the contract, we'll never have to have that conversation. I think reaching agreement on the contract and this use of the Measure X funds to benefit Pinole is the great and probably the highest use. But if for some reason it doesn't work out, I do think it's a reasonable question for the city council to consider whether they want to ask of the county.
Fair enough.
Okay, and my last question, it's not a question, it's a statement. I hope we never come to that. And I hope this thing works out perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for waiting. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes, we do. Tony Gutierrez. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, staff. Good evening, council. I just wanted to chime in and say that I am 100% wholeheartedly in favor of this resolution. I am very thankful of all the work that has been done the professionalism and the leadership that has been shown on this project, the willingness to look outside of Pinole for answers, for solutions. And once again, I would like to thank all involved. And that's my only comment. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we have no more comments.
Excellent. So what I will do, I will turn it back to the city council for discussion. Now to give an opportunity to anybody else who wants to talk again. I will start with Councilmember Martinez. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor Slaney and council staff and everyone else who's still with us. There's no question that the opening of Fire Station 74 is going to benefit both Pinole and the county. So let's try to work on something that is continue to work on something that is mutually beneficial. Thank you, everyone who's been involved up until this point, and particularly the technical expertise that's been available from our fire chiefs and fire captain, pardon me, and Chief Rochard as well. And for all who supported Measure X. So let's work toward trying to have a contract that will augment the likelihood that the relationship is going to be enduring. And let's try to have fill in the holes that may have been noticed tonight, given the different questions that we heard. I'd like to reiterate some of those and or have some clarity with regard to the language that's presented in the contract. And this is for purposes of, again, working through the contract so that it does offer the benefit to both parties. Although I do want to understand better when it comes time to actually have a contract complete in such a way that it comes before the council. Is it LAFCO that has to approve it first before we do? And then among the LAFCO members, is there a certain number of LAFCO members that have to approve it before it comes to us?
So the first step would be council approval of us to move forward with the contract. Then that would then prompt Fire to go to the Board of Supervisors, to seek approval from the Board of Supervisors to submit the application to LAFCO. LAFCO, what LAFCO does, and correct me if I'm wrong, they approve the application. So it's not like they stamp each of the documents, they approve the application. And from then we could execute the contract. That makes sense.
Yeah, my understanding is that the contract should essentially be in its final form. I think both bodies can approve the contract. If LAFCO doesn't approve the out of service contract, the approvals essentially, I think, become null and void because LAFCO doesn't give permission, even though both parties agreed. So my understanding is, and the process that I had envisioned is that the city council and the board of supervisors, the board of directors would approve the contract. That contract would go to LAFCO as part of the application packet. The actual enforceability and execution of the contract is subject to LAFCO's approval to let us do this.
Okay, thank you. And question for clarity, the board of directors of,
The fire district.
thank you. Okay. The two main parties, in essence, the two main parties who actually will implement whatever the contract specifies.
Right. So the two main parties, not sure why that got louder, are the city council and the board of directors.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so let me go over the different items that I heard that I would request council to consider. And that is most definitely thank you to Supervisor Joya for verbally expressing what he would support when it comes time to meet with his colleagues. I will await a positive outcome from that meeting so that we indeed have the language that puts in writing that missing piece that would appear in such a way in the contract so that it is binding. And specifically what I'm thinking about is reference to, or not reference, but mention of the $2 million per year for the term of the contract. And the consideration of escalations, glad to hear that. because later in the contract, there is reference, there's mention on page 16 about an increase in labor-related costs. I think those are to be expected. And the county budget would be modified without approval by the city. Fair enough. The employees will be county employees, and I'm sure the county will do all it can to try to maximize efficiencies and make cost not have unnecessary costs. And nonetheless, there will be an escalation even because of cost of living. So who pays for those increases in labor costs? I think that's where the cost escalation comes in, as well as what we would foresee or what we would anticipate. More discussion occurring before we see a final contract. On page 6, regarding dispatch services, there was a question earlier by one of the members of the public, and there's mention of dispatch services on page 6 of the contract, so that it mentions that our proportionate share as a city would be something that would be an expense to us. Is that expense included in the estimates that appeared in the staff report?
Yes, and since we're talking about it, there's actually a typo in this version of the draft. It says that's a remnant of an earlier version of the contract that says that the dispatch costs would be paid in addition to the cost proposal, and that's not our understanding. I think that's just a remnant of a former version. So the dispatch services, we already pay Confire for dispatch services. We would continue to do that. They would do that under the contract for service, and that's included as a cost in the cost proposal.
Thank you. On that note, with regard to language referring to cost proposal versus paying for actual costs of services, help me understand why that is. I'm thinking that the incentive is to keep costs down, and so costs are proposed when you have when you fund, essentially when you bill for services. When you bill for services, we may not see what the costs are until the actual invoice is made. So help me understand why cost proposal is at this point deemed acceptable versus payment on actual cost of services.
So I think the either approach could work. Basically, there are two different approaches. What we would call a fixed fee, right? Confire says we will charge you a fixed fee and we will provide a certain level of services, versus what you'd call kind of the actual costs or time and materials, which is we're going to provide some services, we'll bill you for what it actually cost us, and that's what you'll pay us. And the city enters contracts for all sorts of services, using both types of models. And I think the city staff and probably Confire are happy to use any arrangement. There's if we have in time and materials actual cost reimbursement, then we're certain that we're only paying for what we get. It turns out, in having reviewed Confire's financials over the years, but it's a more cumbersome administrative process. It comes out from having reviewed Confire's financials over past years that they really do end up expending essentially 100% of their budget. Whereas in the city of Pinole, that varies quite a bit due to things like staff capacity. So it's quite common for us to end the fiscal year not having expended our entire budget. Theirs is a quite different and more predictable operation. So if we have a fixed price, we're pretty certain that we're going to be charged essentially what would be the actual cost. But I think city staff and probably Confire are indifferent to that. And in Alameda County, a number of the contracts are on an actual cost basis. Again, it just is more administration going back and figuring out, literally checking the timesheets of the employees who are working at different stations and their overtime and their accruals and all that. So it's just a little bit more administratively cumbersome.
If I could, the administrative rate is contemplated on the build a budget scenario. So there would be additional administrative costs and time associated with the alternative.
Associated with payment on actual costs.
Yes.
Okay, so that's.
So costs would end up going up in order to do that.
Okay, so let's not do that. That's right. Yes, thank you. Okay. On page 10 of the contract, there's some language missing. Fire chief shall not ... So please take a look at that. It seems incomplete or not coinciding with the items that are below that statement. On page 13, the use of facilities, in the contract, it reads, there's language about no cost to use the facilities, but then there's maintenance, mention of maintenance of building and grounds would be a cost to the city. So help me understand. No, please just clarify that that would be part of the a lease agreement, even though the use of the city would be zero. There still needs to be a lease that specifies who pays for maintenance and et cetera. Is that why that's there?
Yeah, and since you mentioned it, that the section on item 10, it's not really an oversight. It's a area that we know that we need to further define. The simplest term of the agreement, an earlier version said, the fire chief will act in all of the capacities that the municipal code lays out for the Pinole fire chief. We need to review that because, for instance, it might say things like the fire chief must attend all weekly department head meetings or things like that, that frankly might not be necessary or practical. That's why that's yet to be filled out. The lease is, a term that describes an agreement for the use of a facility, usually for some compensation in return. In this case, we're anticipating letting Confire use the 2 fire stations essentially for free, or is sometimes a common approach is for a nominal fee like $1 a year. But yes, so there would be Confire will be under the lease, which we've seen drafts of but haven't agreed to, would be responsible for certain things like routine custodial and routine maintenance, and the city as the owner of that facility would be responsible for other things, just like any other kind of commercial lease.
Okay, so then the amount that we saw, 700 and some ongoing costs annually, does not include costs or
That includes the city's costs of maintenance of the Confire would be doing custodial basically, and maybe changing light bulbs types things. And then the city would be responsible for other types of maintenance, HVAC, electrical, and ultimately a renewal and replacement of those buildings when they reach the end of their useful life.
Thank you. And on that note, the end of their useful life, are we going to see that within the next 10 years? That and I'm looking at that year that I would want us to have the county consider having us be in a contract relationship with them.
Yeah, so a useful life for a normal municipal building is something like 50 years, although they can be extended, their use can be extended beyond that if they're well maintained and there's no pressing need. So the fire station was constructed around 2000. So the end of its useful life might be something like 2050, and something, the public safety building a little before that, but not within the term of, the contract we're talking about, probably not within this initial term of Measure X. So yeah, there's no immediate out of pocket if the city needed to pay for the replacement of the public safety building or fire station 74, we would need to come up with some new financing.
That's good news for now. Okay, on page 16 of the contract, there's mention, and there was a question asked about costs associated with new development. Now, as some of us are aware, there are applications in process for new projects, housing projects, multi-story housing projects, apartments, condos, that kind of thing. And there has been concern among some members of the public that perhaps we are, as a city, not in a position to address costs associated with infrastructure, including the possible or potential risk to fire. I know that one of the answers is that the newer developments are likely going to have sprinklers. And so that will probably make it less of a necessity to have the kind of apparatus and that might be required for a multi-story building. But can you tell, or structure, but can you please help me understand why the language is as is, in that, in this case, our partner, the county, is not going to be necessarily, as I'm reading this, liable for the core or needing to bear the cost of any impacts that might be associated with new development. I shouldn't say any impacts, but the impacts that would have a fire service agency for which we would need it.
So I'll give what I think is the short answer, and Chief Wynkoop, feel free to jump in. The short answer is, Pinole continues to pay, would continue to pay under a contract for service for fire services in Pinole. We have the opportunity to take advantage of a $2 million subsidy from Measure X, but Pinole is going to continue to bear the cost for fire service in Pinole. So under that basic framework, the county wouldn't be paying for new apparatus that's needed to service Pinole. So if the idea is, we need to pay $1.5 million for a ladder truck because we have some higher development projects than we've had in the past, the city would pay for that. To the extent that that's a regional resource, perhaps that helps serve other communities, there might be some cost sharing of that. I think that's frankly one of the finer points of the agreement that we're still discussing with Confire. They are, we're fire experts, they're fire experts. We need to put our heads together to make a determination because it will be a significant cost factor, even if amortized over the life of a piece of equipment. If it's $1.5 million, it's going to be functional for 10 years. We're talking about $180,000 a year, maybe. So I do think we would like to get to agreement between the two parties on whether Confire thinks that there will need to be a ladder truck at either station 73 or 74. We'd like to know that, I think, before we propose the final contract.
Thank you. And thinking from a perspective of being neighborly, with cities, it's not just Pinole that is experiencing the development that's being asked of cities to consider and have go through its processes to approve, given state mandates associated with increased housing. And I don't think it's going to be something that we'll not see more of in the next 5 to 10 years. So definitely something to continue discussing, please. On page 19 of the contract, please clarify the language that speaks to claims. I'm understanding that, that there may be some injuries or this has to do with work compensation. There may be some injuries incurred prior to someone joining Confire as an employee, and it's understandable that the city would not necessarily, if an injury were incurred prior to joining Confire or another employer, yes, we would be responsible to some degree, but this language seems contradictory as written in that. So if you would please take a look at, it may be my misunderstanding of claim versus injury and when either of those occurs, whether as an employee of the city or an employee of Confire.
Could you point out the section or city attorney, if you have your eyes on it, what section of the draft contract are you referring to?
I'm scrolling now on, it appeared on page 19.
Get section D, workers' compensation claims for employees in Exhibit 6. Is there a specific subsection 1, 2, or 3 that is presenting a confusion for you, or we could look at it holistically to make sure that it's consistent if that's the direction?
Yes, but yeah, let me get to that. So on that page, under the header workers' compensation claims for employees, city is fully responsible for all workers' compensation claims with date of injury prior to the commencement date. That's the commencement date of this contract. And then that paragraph goes on. The city is also responsible for claims that are incurred prior to the commencement date and that are, and I'm looking at item D now, incurred subsequently and consequently to the original claim. So that statement D negates what's written above it, is what I'm understanding. So so if you would please, city attorney, take a look at that. Thank you.
I understand the question.
Thanks for that.
Okay, so that question will be answered back to the city council.
So, tonight's discussion is a presentation of the draft contract. So the city council would need to consider a final version of the contract for approval. And so that will be addressed as any other direction in the staff report or the council item when you're considering final adoption. Will note any investigations or explanations on questions that the council's asked tonight. That be sufficient?
Yes.
Thank you. Continuing on page 19, there's mention of an effective date, which on page 1 of the draft contract, it reads January 1st of 2023, and an end date of June 30th, 2028. So that's roughly 5 years, right? So just want to point out that makes me think, or that it's encouraging to think that someone else is thinking of a 5-year term, not just us. So the big question is about the commitment in writing about funding for every year in that 5-year term and beyond. On page 21, there's mention of exhibits 4 and 5, and I know we're just getting pretty much the body of the contract without the attachments or exhibits. So I am most definitely going to be interested in final contract version to see those exhibits as well.
And I'll note, I do think that those are incorporated into the fiscal analysis, but they'll also be pulled out. And they'll also be listed as exhibits to the contract.
Super. That reminds me of a table that Chief Weincoop had on as a slide, and I couldn't see it, so I couldn't read it from the screen. So will be helpful to have whatever information pertains to the contract as part of as an exhibit. Of
course.
Yes, thank you. Okay, that was my set of comments or observations, and looking forward to seeing this next version.
Thank you. If
of
you
this.
don't mind just repeating the comments, because I've got a few comments from Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. One of them was related to escalation costs, and the other one was related to the $2 million for the term of the contract, correct? Commitment, correct?
Correct. And what we're hoping that the city council will provide this evening is your direction on things that you would like to see, changes you'd like to see incorporated in the contract that then we can take back to discuss with Confire. So, just staff's own perspective had been previously to ask on behalf of the city for a commitment of the $2 million for at least 5 years. I think it makes sense to ask for that commitment for the initial 5 years, plus the 5 years, which are an option for renewal, so that there's no question that if we execute that, we get the $2 million too. And I think we've already been discussing and requested consideration of escalation. So the city council can take that action. Those are things that the city staff is already asking for of Confire. And then happy to hear whatever other direction you'd like to provide to staff about what you'd like to see us ask Confire for in further negotiations of the contract.
Thank you. Do you think you'll be able to get back to us by the 27th of September?
I frankly think that was an optimistic time frame that we established earlier in the process. I think we're very close to agreement by both parties on the version of the contract we have, but I don't think realistically we'll have negotiated all the remaining items to conclusion. So I don't know that I want to say it's not possible right now, but we should know in a few days' time. What are your thoughts on that, Chief Weinberg?
I'd say that's accurate.
Thank you. Do we have a deadline that would need to have everything done and approved by the city council? Do we have a hard deadline?
We do. There is not a hard deadline. No.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. Then I'll move on to Councilmember Cave. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thanks to everybody that came out. It's really important just to citizens in Pinole to have input, and these forums are good places to do that. My question is more, whenever you're negotiating a contract, there's always these deal points that are coming out. And since we're still in negotiation of the contract, I know that we can provide ideas of an escalator, or ideas of what we think that escalator might be, and all these other deal points that may change the contract. I guess as we're towards, I don't want to say the end of negotiating, or it sounds like there's about 5 different points between real points that came out of this meeting. It sound like they're really applicable and they're pretty big, right? I mean, especially going out over a 5 or 10 year contract. But I want to say that I just want to applaud you guys' effort. That we got to a contract that's pretty much a net zero over a 5 year, 7 year projection. Now, granted, projections are projections, right? They stretch out, and the further out you go, the less accuracy they may or may not have. But to say that it's zeroing out like that, I think, or really close to being balanced, is really good reflection of the effort that was put in. I would just suggest to my colleagues to let our professionals, I think they've heard everything you said. I know that there are going to be some other comments. To go back to the table, I think that there's a solid synergy that's coming out of this that's really apparent in the report that was provided, really apparent in the conversation that's been had today. There's a lot that can come out of this if we can come to terms. So I think that negotiation needs to happen, and then that final contract is probably where we really want to see what changed from this draft, and how it's reflected, and then really go from there. It's very hard to talk about a contract while it's still being negotiated. I mean, it's kind of like, we don't want to say, well, I want the stars and the moon, like, and then provide direction to staff and go back to a different table, right, there to negotiate. So I think there were great points brought up about the escalator. I think there's the apparatus looked like it was a 2, we give 2, they give 2 kind of deal. And then the maintenance portion. So it seemed like it was pretty fair across the board when I went through it. So I just encourage everyone to work together. I think it's going to be great for our region. I think it's a great use of Measure X taxpayer money across the county, and we're going to see the benefits of it. So I feel very confident in everybody's ability to get there. So just want to say thanks again to the supervisor, staff, Chief Bouchard, the council. This is, I want to say, about 3 to 4 years of work, and 800 pages later to get to this point. So I just want to say thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Only 800 pages, huh? I'm just teasing. First and foremost, thank you so much to our city staff for the direction you've given us tonight. And as you ask for direction, I also am just thankful to so much of our public who has come out and spoken with regards to the maintenance. We talked about escalation of the funding, and I am really moved by how much work has been put into this. It's certainly not an effort that we started tonight, and it's certainly something that for a long time our residents have been both asking for and also wanting to be a part of. So I just want to amplify how much work that has been done, and really thank you all for doing that. A couple of questions I have, not so much in regards to the contract, which I think is 800 pages in depth, but more so around governance. We talked a little bit about Confire tonight and the board of directors. I want to make sure, because I had some residents ask me about the governance of Confire and how often they meet. So just so that we are all aware, can we, I don't know who this question is for, but who governs Confire and how often do they meet?
I'll yield to Chief Bouchard on that.
The Board of Supervisors is the board of directors for the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District. So we're not a county fire department, we're a special district that's governed by the Board of Supervisors. We have a board meeting. It's usually the second or third Tuesday of every month.
Thank you. So some residents are concerned that there are little to no update. There will be little to no updates available to them about fire administration. Currently, right now, when residents have questions or things that come up, they may email us as council members. They may email directly to our fire chief. Right now, there's one concern that Confire meets and the board of directors meets in the middle of the day when many people are working and unable to tune into public comment. In contrast to that, when folks want to make public comment to our meetings, more than often, they're in the evening. So how is our current proposed plan going to mitigate this issue?
I'll just be blunt. We're not looking to change any of the governance structure of the meeting schedule. We have 14 cities that we work with. The public can access us through a variety of different ways, can access me through a variety of different ways. We also have an advisory fire commission that meets every other month on a Monday night, typically the first Monday of that every other month schedule. So I think there are a variety of ways for the public to remain engaged with Fire, absent just the governance meeting itself or the meeting of the board. So there's a lot of social media interaction through Nextdoor, through all the other different types of social media arrangements. We have dedicated email accounts for the public to not try and figure out who they need to get to, but they can send it to this generic email address that's monitored, and then they'll be able to be put in contact with somebody. So I think there's a variety of ways that the public can remain engaged with Fire.
Fantastic. To that point, I want to make sure that we are clear. I know there's been a lot of topics of discussion. So as I mentioned, my comments are not so much to the contract negotiations right now, as much as they are to both an issue that I'm sure many cities and jurisdictions deal with, which is communications and public engagement. And one of the ways and challenges that this city has had is around that issue. And as we deal with this transition, and change is hard for a lot of people, I wish it wasn't, but I think it's both imminent and difficult. I want to make sure that that is something that we think about that sometimes doesn't show up in a contract. Sometimes that oftentimes shows up in a strategic plan and communication beyond something that is legal. So I just want to make sure we amplify that. I think we've done a great job to get to this point. But as we make critical decisions, especially signing contracts, that we find opportunities to engage those who are not at the council table, who did not show up tonight, right? Because they are going to be asking more and more questions. Even when the contract is signed, there are going to be more and more questions asked. And that's okay. Our opportunity comes from those questions and that connection. So I want to amplify that. And I think there could be, in line with the case of separation and the elements around what would be incorporated in a transition plan, perhaps a public engagement and communications plan as we deal with this kind of transition. And to that end, I just want to also request that tonight's presentation that was absolutely phenomenal, Chief, thank you, be added to our homepage of the website. I do know that there is a special page entitled Fire Department and Station 74 on the City of Pinole's website, but I think that presentation is worthwhile to make sure that, when people come to the City of Pinole's website, they see that. This is a big thing for us, and I am incredibly proud to be in this moment and to work with you all to do it, including you, Council. I'm really proud that we're just taking this step. I talk a lot about resiliency, but we're also thinking right now about labor, about people's protection and safety around medical services. This conversation is inclusive of so much. And it is, like I said, a true honor to be in this moment. I know we're not at the contract signing yet, but just to get to this point, we have so many people hurting in Pinole because they don't have access to a fire station. And because of that, our opportunity is that we are going to be fulfilling both a need of theirs, but hopefully we're going to be making our community a little bit more connected. So thank you so much, and looking forward to the future.
Thank you, Mayor. With them, Councilmember Thomas, good evening, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to thank Chief Pritchard, Chief Wynkoop, all of the people behind the scenes that have been working on this contract. I wanted to also note that we worked with Chief Pritchard and Chief McAllister several years ago on seeing if we can come up with a contract for administrative chief duties to combine the Fire station out in El Sobrante and Rodeo Hercules and Pinole to see if we can get some synergy. And that did not work out, but I think it actually worked out for the better because we have a better opportunity. When Measure X was on the ballot, I had many conversations because I kept hearing that, oh, East County needs to reopen their stations and, they need better service. And we're the ones that have voted to tax ourselves to maintain services. And, the measures out in East County did not do the same. So we were really watchdogging this to make sure that, we got a piece of the tax measure to improve fire service in West County. And thanks to the Fire Chief Association's presentation to the Measure X committee, and I'll just make a side note that last summer, I think from about May to maybe September, the Measure X committee met just about every single Wednesday night to hear presentations on how this funding should be spent. And there were a lot of competing issues. The fire chiefs made their presentation, and then the members of the public, especially from East County, came out at just about every meeting and made their public comment about, that they needed those services. And I know several of the council members also provided public comment to make sure that we had some balance, that we could, we didn't get lost in East County's enthusiasm for reopening their stations. And luckily, that was successful. So I wanted to recognize that. In fact, that there were a lot of competing issues. The other piece, Pete Murray asked about why the board wouldn't just allocate us funds. And I know that there is a big push that I've heard about from the board, that they want to make sure that they have measurable outcomes for how this money is spent. They're looking at having performance measures for every bit of funding that goes out there. And by keeping it sort of in-house, I have heard from their meetings that that's how they can accomplish that. Whether or not that would change 10 years down the line, it's unknown, but this was a heavy lift from the board and from the voters, and they want to be responsive to the voters is what I have heard. So given that, I have another comment that was made about the Montara Bay area, Montalban Manor, Terra Hills, and Bayview, unincorporated area. And I did provide some census information to Chief Wynkoop that basically shows that the number of households are sort of split, where 1/3 is in the unincorporated area and 2/3 are in Pinole. And the population is similar, although not quite the 2/3 split. And the reason I bring that up is because Pinole has been responsible for fire service in, if you look at it as the whole, for 1/3 of it without getting compensation recently. We used to get compensation, I'm told by a former council member who served many years ago, even before you, Pete, that there was a 1/3, 2/3 split. And then when I was on the council previously, there was an allocation. I don't recall what it was, but I just want to make sure that when we're looking at what the projections are going to be and what our cost estimates are going to be, that we take that into account, that there's, 1/3 is unincorporated and 2/3 is Pinole. And if, Briones is growing, that's another deal. So if I need to resend that census data, I'm happy to, look that up. Anyway, for my questions, the contract says that there's a possibility of reduced services if we need to pull back on costs. Can you give me an example of what reduced services might look like?
Well, I would start by saying that it's kind of we wouldn't anticipate that any costs would go so drastically over the estimates that would happen. So I guess it's really in their in case the parties were to encounter a disparity in the cost estimates so much that they couldn't reconcile it. And so I guess the only alternative would be to make it within that that cost containment
Okay.
to reducing service. So perhaps going from an example would be, so instead of staffing 2 engines, have one engine staffed at one firehouse and then maybe a squad at the other one.
Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking it would be, but since it's in the contract, I wanted to get an example. The other thing is, we talked about 5-year projections. Can we make that a rolling 5-year projection? So that in year 4, we're still looking 5 years out? Is that something that's doable? Or do we have to wait till the end of the term or close to the end of the term in the 5 years to get what the next 5-year projection is? I don't know if you can answer that now, but that's something to think about.
And I think Confires provided one static multi-year forecast. I can't think of it. And my guess is that they would be agreeable to providing a rolling 5-year forecast. That doesn't seem like that would be too hard to put together. So we're happy to ask them for that.
Okay, and then next question, for plan review. I know that at some point, plans were submitted in paper down on Oak Grove or, one of the offices down there. Is that still the case? Or are they electronically submitted for plan review? How would we handle it?
So our fire marshal and Ms. Whalen have been discussing how to put the 2 systems together. Your system is more advanced than where Confire is presently, but I don't think it's fully there yet as far as everything electronic. We are still very heavily paper-based. And when you think about it, when we have 14 cities, the lowest common denominator is traditional paper-based. And we can't get 14 cities to all be on the same system, the same software, the same package. You might have 2 or 3 using this program and 2 or 3 using this program. But what we are probably going to have by next July is the ability to have a standardized electronic plan review, submittal and comment software system that will not speak to every other system in the, Pinole system and Confire system won't speak to each other, but there will be the ability to have electronic documents going back and forth as opposed to paper. So Chris and Lily did meet. We had some of our staff who does engineering plan review work there as well. And the consensus was that the city had some things that were still in process, probably wouldn't be able to be rolled out till the spring, and ours wouldn't be rolled out until July. So it sounded like they were going to come up with some, or working on some solutions to try and keep it electronic as much as possible. But even today at our offices on Port Chicago Highway, people, contractors and applicants will show up with paper plans. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Question on abatement. I understood that the $753,000 I'm mixing those up. We would still be responsible for abatement. And are we talking about abatement of city-owned property or the?
Yes, so we're talking about fire fuel mitigation on city-owned property. We currently have $120,000 budgeted for that. That is part of that $753,000 of the retained costs to the city. That is rolled in though it's not over and above what we're paying for the contract. It's rolled into.
Okay, but abatements that happen on private property, would that move over to Confire?
No, it would not. I do not foresee that Confire would have the ability to abate and then lien property in the city of Pinole. So we do that throughout the fire district because it's the fire district. So even if it's in a city, And we don't do it in all cities. Some cities have said they'll take care of it, but it's because it's within the fire district. This is a contract, and so I don't know that we would have the contractual authority to lien property necessarily after we abate it. So
So the notices also come out of the city.
yes, so what we've talked about at staff level is to keep your abatement processes internal to the city moving forward.
Okay.
And just for clarification, we kind of redundantly use the term abatement. So the $120,000 is for fire fuel mitigation on city property. And then there's the abatement of private properties who have weeds, and that's a code enforcement issue.
Okay.
So that's, those are two different
I
projects.
do know that Con Fire sends abatement letters to property owners, within the district, and that was kind of my question. And then I think the last question is, you mentioned a fire commission. Would citizens living within a contracted area be eligible to apply for an open seat on a fire commission?
Short answer is yes, under the current bylaws for the fire commission.
Okay, great. That's all I had for now.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Madam City Clerk, do we have any other public comments? Do we have anybody who wants to add anything in the public here? I don't see anybody. So again, thank you very much for this beautiful meeting. Thank you, Chief, for your work. Thank you, Chief, for being here. A few days ago, we celebrated the 21st anniversary of 9/11. And that really shows how important fire safety is. And I would like to thank for your work and commitment again. And at the same time, I'm thinking about Chief Ramos and his celebration tomorrow. And I know the fire department will be present over there with the wife of Chief Ramos, and that's Laura. Thank you again. And I believe, City Manager, thank you for your work. City Attorney, thank you for your work. It has been a lot of work. I'd like to thank Measure X Committee, Congressman Thompson, who has also helped, I believe, and the Board of Supervisors, the entire council members for their work, and community for working with us. At this moment, City Manager Mary, do you have all the information that is required to move forward? And can you please summarize what the conclusion of the discussion was and what the next step will be?
Yeah, so I think really boiling it down, there's one item that I heard as council consensus on and ask for modification of the contract. That's to have guaranteed funding of $2 million plus an escalator for each year of the contract. There were some other comments made during discussion and by the public, but I think that's the one consensus item that is, I would consider be direction to staff to return to the county to ask for. If there's any other specific requests for modifications to this draft contract that you would like to direct staff to ask for, please let us know now.
Councilmember Martinez Ruben, please go ahead.
Yes, so it would be, I think you made a note of this, is the language related to perhaps some new language related to costs associated with new development. Some sort of don't know how to phrase it just yet, but the consideration for having some level of responsibility to bear the costs for services that would be needed, fire-related services that would be needed.
So we will be having a conversation with them to reach agreement, because we think it's at a staff level a requirement of the contract that we be clear, that we understand clearly if Confire is going to require a ladder truck at either of the two stations, because then we'll have to factor that in. We're happy to review the section on new development to see if there's any other aspects of that we think should be clarified.
I think that's the one key thing. I mean, what's sort of hanging over cities, not just Pinole, is that somewhat of a cloud with the state mandates on new projects. And so that's, again, going to be something that we'll be needing to think through and think about.
Yeah, I will note that the other Battalion 7 partner agencies do have ladder trucks in their apparatus inventories right now. So I don't know that they'll, so again, we'll look for some, we want to get clarity on whether a ladder truck will be required by Confire because that has a significant cost impact. B, we can look at some cost sharing language there, but I don't know that it will be possible to do cost sharing on a new ladder. I mean, it might be for certain coverage of the unincorporated area, but the other partner agencies already have ladders. So I don't know how much of a regional resource that would be adding, but we can seek to clarify that in the contract.
Okay, and the other, I'm not finding it in my notes, but it was language so that there is more clarity about
There was
of injury and
there was a question,
compensation
right, about the workers' comp.
claims. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Ruben. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, members of the public. Thank you, everybody. That concludes the workshop. And I will then move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 6. I would like to adjourn this meeting to the regular City Council meeting of September 20th, 2022 in remembrance of Chief Bob Ramos and Amber Schwartz. Thank you very much.